Oh, no mic. How about that? Testing 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. Okay. What's going on, Tommy? Man, you guys got a good show coming up tonight, huh? Brian, morning. How's it going? Sorting through some mess today, man. Tuesdays and Sunday. Oh, cool. That should be a good time. Yeah, I feel you, man. I actually had like 10 items go out last night, so that was kind of unexpected. Because I packed yesterday's orders before. I usually try to get everything ahead for Tuesdays, but I was out here packing like a fiend this morning, which isn't a bad thing. Just wasn't unexpected. Yeah, I had 10 go out this morning. So, good things. Hey, I just got my notification that I'm live. How about that? Hope everybody else's sales have been pretty good. I'll tell you one thing. I have got a little space heater that I meant to put out here today. You see I'm all bundled up today because it is cold in the old shed this morning. Modifying them boxes this morning. That's what I was doing. For sure. I'm trying to catch up a little bit, man. I've been a little slacking on the listing over the weekend. Stuff going on. Parents are in town. There he is.
What's up, brother?
What's up?
How are you?
Oh, man, pretty good. Appreciate you coming through today, man.
Oh, man, it was just perfect timing for me because, you know, I took yesterday off from doing all my lives because, like, I needed a day to, like, just focus. And it worked out because the Redskins game got, you know, moved to Monday night because of COVID. So I got to watch the game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty stoked. Man. I am so hyped last night and today. Like, I can't believe we beat the Steelers. Well, I can believe it, but so it's pretty crazy.
Hey, the Steelers had it. They had it coming at some point, right?
Yeah, they did. They were overrated for sure. So I got up early this morning. I dropped my car off for an oil change.
I hear you.
So I'm gonna try and get. I think I'm gonna try and hit 100 listings today. I spent all day yesterday taking photos. So
I hear you, man.
So you have inspired me, sir.
Yeah, that 100, man. I've done 101 time in a day, and you see how I do it. So, buddy, that was like, yeah.
I know
I did 85 that day, and then I went on like that night. I was like, man, I got to get like 15.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but I think because I took, you know, a lot of my stuff too. It's like I think the the most time that it takes is pricing things.
Yeah.
You know. But once you get into the flow of it, you'll get into the flow of it. So I took a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, I got a little extra prep this morning to do. I hate when people stick stickers on the video games, man. You get them from GameStop or whatever.
On the actual disc?
Nah. On the outside, it's like,
it's
got that.
Yeah. It's annoying.
I try to
razor blade and Goo Gone.
Yeah, I got some Goo Gone going. I try to get as much as I can initially off, and then go to town with other.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Tommy's in here waiting to come in and say Pico Gagayo.
Pico Gagayo.
That was his first comment.
I'm gonna try. And the other thing is too is I don't just list on eBay, so it takes a little bit longer too per listing.
Yeah, so really, like you could potentially have like 200 or 300 listings up, huh?
Yeah, so it depends on what it is. Like some things I'll list on just eBay, some things I'll list on eBay, Mercari, and some things I'll list on eBay, Mercari, and Etsy. But today I'm not doing any clothes. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a big session on geez, my coffee hasn't hit yet. On clothes. So then when I do clothes, that goes up on Depop, Grailed, Poshmark, eBay, Mercari. So like that takes a little bit longer because I'm literally putting up on like 5 or 6 platforms.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Emily says she found her first piece of uranium glass. Well, congratulations, Emily. I know that feeling. She said was like a kid on Christmas. There's no other feeling like when you find uranium glass. It's the best.
That's so cool.
I got a sick sweatshirt that I'm gonna wear tonight on the podcast. Check out this video.
Oh, yeah. Hey, while he's getting that, thank you guys for coming in. Tommy for being here. Brian, Mr. Ken, Mr. Bill. Emily, thanks for coming. Oh man, that's crazy. Oh, Hank, get things started, huh?
It's from the 25th anniversary of Monday Night Football. So I think that's 90. It's either 95 or 98. Made in the USA tag. It's sick.
That's crazy, man. I can hear that Jagger singing right now. Hey, Anthony, man, that's no problem on that benefit, man. That was a good time. I was glad to help out Jennifer, man. She has definitely helped me a ton. That big auction we did the other night. Yeah,
you know what's crazy is I hate this with Instagram. If you're not following them or vice versa, when they send you a message, you don't see the message. It's like a requested message.
Yeah,
so like
I've had that happen.
And Nana reached out to me and I didn't even know. Like I felt bad because I totally would have been a part of it, but I had no idea. And then I was going through my Instagram the other day, yesterday, and I saw, and I was like, "Oh, what? Are you kidding me?" Somebody asked if I used List Perfectly. Yeah, Anthony, I use List Perfectly.
I have 20 Hank Junior's 45s for $40. Yeah, man, I've had that happen a few times. Like people have reached out to me on Instagram, and I was like, I know they probably think I'm a jerk or something. I didn't respond. Then like days later, I'll see it. I'm like, what? How did that even get through there?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because sometimes you don't know, man. Like you just don't know. Yeah, hidden messages. Dude, my buddy, man, yesterday. Okay, so, I told y'all last week that I found a 2014 and I finally found one at a yard sale. So The other night, either Sunday or Monday night. Yeah, Sunday night, because I stopped in Tommy's show for a little bit. So I'm up late, and dude, I see a post on Facebook Marketplace, and it's probably like 15 games, PS3s. Sitting dead in the middle, man, is 2014 NCAA. I was like, $60 for everything. I was like, I sent her a message. I was like, hey, is this still available? And didn't hear anything back. And then I get a call from my buddy the next morning. I got a message back from her at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I wake up at like 7:30, late for me. And my buddy calls me and says, hey, did you see that thing on Facebook last night? I was like, yeah. He goes, well, I was working last night, so that lady messaged me back. I'm going to pick them up tomorrow. I was like, dude, you suck. I was like, well, at least it was you and not somebody else.
Yeah.
Like,
Man.
This is funny.
It happened to me once before. I missed out on that game.
It's crazy. I was telling my buddy Ken about how it was Ken who got it that you met.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was telling him the other day too. It's crazy. So like, you remember that day, like I'd never found a blow mold, and then I found like 3 back to back. Like, it's crazy. Like,
did you ever go to the auction one?
Dude, I got that one. I got to do a little repair on the sleigh. Like, one of the rails is cracked. So I'm doing a little plastomold.
You got a good deal on it?
Yeah, I ended up getting $100 on that one. And it sells for about $650. So
really nice.
But dude, the big one that I was telling you about, man, I wish it is terrible. Like, so I put a proxy in at 400 that day that we were out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And dude, that thing sold for $425.
Oh.
Thanksgiving Day, one sold on eBay for $4,500.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Brian, I found my first one at their yard sale, but I asked if they had any video games. She pulled it out from outside. Hey, Tank, man, if you're hanging out, feel free to drop in, bro. I'm going to give you a little link action here. I got some hats coming up later today. Get through these games. You've already seen some of them. Hey, did I tell you that a man told me that the next day after we left that estate sale, somebody came in and bought every bit of that milk glass?
It's
like
crazy.
All of it. Dude,
I kind of regret not buying more of it. But it was just it's not easiest thing to move. But I had a lot of people that watched my video that were like, "Did you grab that? Did you grab that?" And I'm like,
That's what always happens with a video, right? Like, you're like, man.
But it's like, just
I don't
money.
think people realize, man, how much stuff was in that house.
Yeah,
like,
it's crazy.
That was insane.
It's just that, money is tight, and sometimes you got to kind of be smart, and like it sucks because like if you have like the ultimate amount of space and you have like good, and you say you have good capital money like saved up, right? And you have the space, it's a lot easier to just buy, everything because it's a good deal. But when you don't have like a proper amount of space and you don't have like a lot of working capital at the moment in time, it's the smart business decision to not buy it. Just because it's a good deal doesn't mean that it's a smart thing to buy at that point in time. You really have to like look into like your situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And turnover, man. Like you saying, I mean, if that stuff was really long tail, then Yeah. You just got money sitting on a shelf.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things. I mean, that's kind of how I was with those blow molds, because I was like, man, how quick is that thing going to sell? Like, because I was sitting there thinking, okay, if I put out like $600, if I'd have won every bid, it'd have been $600. I was like, if I put that out, on those and they just hang out there, like I could have flipped a lot more stuff for $600, but not that one hit, big shot. Well, you saw dealing with those guys, man. Obviously, the prices are right.
Totally. It was a great deal.
Yeah, they're. I wish every estate sale was like those guys, because they just want to unload it. Like, they want to get rid of it. Like they're like, our goal is to empty the house. Like, we're not going to get top dollar on everything, but we're going to try to get rid of everything that they got. So
which is smart. It's a smart way to do it.
Hey, Louie, coming in. Girl Hustle, thanks for being here. Leroy's in the house. Let's see, Leroy. Nate, Drifter, thanks for being here. Hope we get work done, man. I've been a little slack on the listing this week.
I've been listing mad dolls. And I'll tell you what, it's pretty insane. They've been selling super fast.
Like you talking about the like ceramic doll kind of thing?
Nah, like Barbie dolls.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll tell you, there's this I got fortunate. I got hooked up with a whole bunch of stuff from my mom's friend for free. And so I learned a new thing to look out for. And when it comes to dolls, and the name of it is Jason Wu. So Jason and then WU is the last name. The stuff sells for hundreds of dollars. It's absolutely insane. And the pieces I got were messed up, and they still sold for over $100 each one of them. So it's kind of crazy.
That is wild.
Yeah. And then I got that BMW art car, and it was, it was almost in perfect condition. I had the box and everything, but one of the back antennas was missing. So it's like a die cast car, comes in a case, and it's called Jeff Koons art car. And I mean, they sell, if it was in perfect condition, it would have sold, up close to 1,000. So I took a best offer for $650 and then shipped it. And I mean, how I packed it. It arrived broken. It looked like somebody kicked it the way that it was broken, because it was broken on the bottom half of the case, almost like a crescent, and it broke the spoiler on the back of the car and the case. So I had to deal with the insurance claim. And when I filed the insurance claim through pirate ship, they were like, we need you to take the item to a third party to get a repair estimate or a total loss on paper. And I'm like, it's not a real car. It can't be repaired. You can't just glue it back together. It's a piece of art. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just I sent them more pictures, and I'm just hoping that everything goes according to plan. But it's a pain in the ass.
So did you upgrade your insurance to cover it?
Oh yeah. I always cover all my bases, because I've got, my entire life has been worst case scenario. So I always prepare for the worst case scenario. Expect the worst case scenario. So that's how, I mean, I'm just a realist. You know what I'm saying? I'm just look, there's nothing wrong with being real. If things don't go your way for 95% of your life, you know, you get used to it, and you're like, all right, this is how it's gonna be. So
This is the new norm.
yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing, Leroy?
How are you, Tim? How you doing, Eric?
I'm good,
Hey.
bud.
Hello, everybody in the chat.
Hey, Kat, thanks for coming in. Yeah, man, that's crazy. So they want you to get it repaired. That's wild.
So I sent them more pictures, and
Who'd
they
you
seem
ship it through?
Pirate Ship. And so Pirate Ship
Like
has
USPS or
oh yeah, priority mail. But when you add insurance on top of the priority mail insurance on Pirate Ship, the insurance process goes through Pirate Ship's insurance company and not through USPS.
hey, Tommy's got a question for you, Tim, on that.
Did you ask for all conversations between you and the buyer? They did not, but I did send them. Sometimes they ask you to send messages in emails that you have. So I sent them messages attached to it from the buyer, where the buyer had stated that, you know, they were upset because, you know, they knew how well the item was packaged, and they were like, I couldn't believe that it was broken because of how well you wrapped the item. Because like I wrapped it inside the car, I wrapped it inside the case, and then I wrapped it outside the box, and then I stuffed the box with the layers. So it was literally like 4 layers of stuff. So it is what it is. We'll see how it goes.
Dude, we I sold a snow globe over the weekend. So I've got fingers crossed that it's getting there like it should. But man, I did the same thing what you're talking about, dude. I wrapped it with bubble, like it made like a nest inside a little box, put it in the box. Then I took that box, took another box, made a whole nother nest for that box to set inside of.
Yeah.
And like everything is tight. So I was like, it's double box and double bubble. So it's definitely 4 layers deep, and then I take the mess out of it, like every angle, like just to keep the box from moving at all. So we'll see. It's like $180.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have to send snow globes ground?
I did not. I sent it air because it's got air in the globe, and I don't think it's got a chemical in it. I think it's just
okay. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Something.
Hey, somebody's selling. Somebody's selling. Dang.
Oh, there's a grease plate. $31 for a plate. That's the thing that's funny is like all my platforms have different pitchings.
Hey, how about this, man? So I'm in a group chat with the guys that went to the 127, and Colt just sent me a thing about his impressions on promoted listings. They just fell off the map, dude. Like the end of November just fell off the map. Like they dropped to nothing.
Let me ask you this. Do you know if he does it? Does he run it like for a month long, or does he like stop and start every day?
I think he just runs it consistent.
Okay, that's the problem.
But it's weird, like I'm sure he didn't mind.
So you have to you gotta start it and stop it.
Tim, what do you mean by that?
Like even with the promoted?
Yeah, okay. So when I do my promoted listings, right? I set it to start for 24 hours. Okay. Sometimes I'll do 48. I mess with it a little bit when I start to see it like, you know, start to go down. Tommy taught me this like a year and a half ago. So basically what I do is every night before I go to sleep, I end my promoted listings and then restart them. Because what happens is if you run it continuously, it just gets stale. And you'll notice that in the chart, which is probably what he's seeing. So it's like, and sometimes I'll change. Sometimes I'll go ahead.
See that right there? I don't know if you can see it. This is his. See how it just dropped off the map right there at the end?
Yeah, that's a little crazy. But I mean, personally, like I learned that if you run it continuously, it's not as effective. You got to start it and stop.
Somebody else put the same thing on IG.
Yeah.
That's
maybe
weird.
There's something above the eBay system.
I don't like that, man. Yeah, maybe it was just them. I mean, mine actually did the opposite. Mine skyrocketed compared to what it was. Like,
I mean, there's so much that goes into it, and there's so much that goes into it that nobody really knows.
I'll show you. Yeah, I think it's like
after.
Like, there's mine. And I've just run mine consistent, but see, I just got a spike. I think some of that was because of what I listed.
Yeah, for sure.
Because obviously some of the items are better than others, but like mine jumped up when everybody else was going down. As far as
there's so many variables that go into those sort of situations because, another thing too is like, there's always a consistency thing too, and sometimes you have to keep changing it. And see, Tommy says it too. If you keep adding items to the campaign, it skews it. And the other thing is too is you got to remember that what I started to think about was that if say the average promoted percentage, right? If it changes. So like more people are adding items to that category and they're upping the average percentage of promoted listings. That in turn will affect what you already have it, your percentage is at. So it might dip that down. So especially if you're selling one certain item or a lot of a certain item, and that percentage of the promoted listings goes up and yours is still at the same place, now you're getting lost in the shuffle. I mean, for me personally, I don't even bother. I just keep it 1% for every item. And every 24 to 48 hours, I stop and restart. Same thing with my sales, too. I don't run my sale consistently. I stop my sale every 24 to 48 hours. Because when people look at your sale and they see ends in 29 days, they're in no rush to buy it. But if they see it ends in 2 hours or ends in 12 hours, the urgency of them wanting to get the deal on the sale becomes more important.
Yeah.
That's my method with the flea market. People say, "Oh, you'll be here next week." I'm like, "No, I'll be somewhere else next week." I'll buy it now.
Yeah, it is. It is one of those things. I mean, marketing's definitely one of those things where, there's a drive to that stuff. It used to crack me up where I live on the beach. We have all these beach stores. End of the season every year, man, they put out this thing. It says, and you got to read it careful, and most people don't. It's just saying going out of business sale. It says going out for business sale. I'm like, yeah. Got him. People would do it for sure. They'll come in and buy. Yeah, this is a Colton. I just told him that we were talking about it in here. Maybe some of you guys. I don't mess with a whole lot of that. I've just kept mine going this whole time.
See, that's a little different. That's crazy.
And have done multiple campaigns. Yeah, that must be just a glitch in
it also might just be the visual aspect of the chart glitch. It might not necessarily be the actual case of impressions.
Oh, it's not letting you promote at all now? That's weird. Yeah, Tommy, I get what you're saying. Sales are psychological. Mm. Hey, Tim, how close are you to Sterling, Virginia?
Not too far.
My buddy's been going on B stock, and he said there's a bunch of, if you know anybody that's into computers, there's a big lot end of the day in Sterling for like $100, like 4 pallets of computer parts.
Oof.
I know you wouldn't want to deal with it, but I don't know if you know anybody in your vicinity.
I'll tell you what's interesting, bro. I don't know anybody else that does what I do here. I don't have any friends. So my roommate does a little Authentic's girlfriend. She does a little bit of reselling clothing. She's like big into clothing and stuff like that. And she does a little bit of it on the clothing platform. But besides that, I don't know anybody that does what I do. Like I don't have like any other resellers that not even necessarily just friends. Like I don't have any other resellers that I talk to in this area. I don't know why. I guess I don't know if
Nah, man. I got you, bro. It's right here. It's coming in. He said, send me the link. I banned the kids.
Oh, Cernog did?
Yeah. You sent them out for recess.
I hope it's not as cold there as it is here.
No, it's cold here. I'll tell you that much.
It's even cold here, bro. Like you see me all bundled up in here. I got a space heater in the house. I may have to go get it, man. My feet are freezing.
Yes, Kat. I think that's Jeanette Glass.
Dude, that's crazy, Colton. Lets you keep the campaign. Doesn't show anything. Wow. He said he called eBay. They don't even know what's going on.
Of course they don't. They never know what's going on.
He probably got Peggy. You remember those old commercials? Hello, this is Peggy.
Oh, what was that for? Discover card?
Can I speak to your supervisor? Yes, this is Peggy.
Yeah. Yo, I can't. You just blew my mind with that. I can't believe you remembered that. It's too funny.
That's wild, man. I always think of that, man, when I get one of those people. I'm always saying, hey, is Peggy there? Hey, Mike. Man, we had Mike on the show Friday night. He knows quite a bit on the reseller front too.
What does he normally do?
Dude, he does software,
Uh-huh.
but they own a thrift store here on the beach.
That's tight.
That was kind of he talked a little bit about it Friday night, but yeah, so he's got sourcing coming in. Tons of furniture out here, though. That's what he gets. Tons of furniture. And clothing. Managed payment since July. Nothing that I know. Around that time change. That's weird, man. Colton, I've never seen anything like that. Hey, Kelly. Thanks for coming in. Oh, man, this disc is done. I think it looked like somebody been scratching on it. Spider-Man 3. Yeah, maybe eBay for Business would be a better help. Maybe.
Eric, what are you listing today?
Variety pack. I'm starting with some video games. I'm getting some parts later on. Got a few hats. So,
how about in the chats? What are you guys listing today? Tommy, you still doing Ninja Turtles?
I don't know.
Nothing irks me more than Macari only giving you 40 letters and a title.
Yeah, Macari.
I'll tell you though, Macari's been on fire for me lately. It's the weirdest thing in the world because it does this every so often. I'll go a month without selling anything on Macari, and then next thing you know, I'll sell 20 things on Macari in like 2 days.
I've never even been on the website.
They up their fees too. That used to be their strong point, was that they up their fees. But look, for me, I don't care what it is. I sell, so I don't get too much into the politics of things.
Yeah.
Nate, what's up?
Howdy.
They're not trying to get in, but he says webcam ain't working. Technical difficulties.
Hey,
Yeah,
Nate, sir.
Yeah, I was watching before while I was listing up in the house, and I saw what Eric was wearing, and I thought I just can't let that stand. So,
Hey, it is true you know nothing about American football, right? Nah.
I completely missed that actually because someone's buzzer thing went off. Someone's eBay thing went off. I didn't hear a word you said.
I was saying, obviously, over in Australia, y'all don't know much about American football. If that's who you pick out of all the ones.
I don't want to talk about football today.
Hey, Tim was waiting to see you, man.
I don't want to talk about football today. Tim, that was a good game though.
It was. Man, I'll tell you what, tonight's episode of Authentic and the Beard is going to be lit because the Giants had the big win and then we had the big win. Oh, it's going to be crazy on there tonight. I'm excited. I am excited.
You guys had to beat the Steelers when we were going to do it next week as well. Like we wanted to break the streak.
Buffalo had a great game last night. Josh Allen, man, he put his name back into the MVP race. That's for sure. He had 4 touchdowns, almost 400 yards. I think he only had like 7 incomplete passes. It was a great game from him.
And Eric, I've been playing fantasy football for over 20 years. And I was a multi-year.
I was just messing, man.
I was a member of the Bills, a season ticket holder.
Oh yeah, were you there for the 4 Super Bowl losses?
I came after that.
Wow, Eric, you hit him below the belt.
Hey,
Yeah,
we've only got one, and that was before I was born, so I can't really say a whole lot. But we still have perfection. We still got that going.
This just does not want to sit.
When you were growing up, Eric, who'd you have? Montana, right? Joe Montana?
Nah, man, I was Dan Marino, Dan the man.
That's it, Dan Marino. That's it.
Yeah, Dan Marino was there when I was young. I can tell you this, dude. If Dan Marino played in today's NFL, it would get ugly. I can tell you that. As quick as that dude get the ball out.
Oh, you watch the highlights of Allen on the weekend, and it's taken Bills fans a few years to trust the guy, but yeah, some of the throws he was making, it was just insane.
Yeah, Buffalo is not. I mean, they're definitely better than what they used to be. I'm glad to. I mean, honestly, the one I root harder against than them is the Patriots. I'm glad to see they're stinking it up. They're finally getting their due.
I had to deal with that for 40 years.
Patriots, man.
Well, they've still managed to get to 500, which is a bit ridiculous. Yeah, all week the fantasy football team was telling me to start Cam over Josh Allen, and I was like, nope, I'm trusting my boy.
I'm curious how long Cam's going to stay.
Damn. You know they'll be drafting a quarterback.
Unless they get Tom back. I would not be surprised.
I got to mute for a second.
Tim, you think that New England will take Tom back? I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, anything's possible in this modern age of sports.
I wouldn't want to see it, but
just trying to get this phone just a tad lower. Oh no, of course that's going to fall out from there. Stay.
I have to go get a heater, bro.
Now, the reason why I picked the Bills, I used to be a San Diego Chargers fan, but then I lived in Toronto for 9 months and was a season ticket holder with them. It got to the next season, and I realized I don't care about the Chargers anymore. I care about these guys.
I got you.
So I don't mind that they're the lovable losers, like, you know.
Hey, we're forever mediocre. Like we're since '72. This is actually the best season we've had in a while. Normally we're 8-8, 7-9, 9-7. That's like the history.
I like how you guys beat the Patriots every year at least once, though.
Yeah, no matter how bad the season's going, at least you get out with that.
Yep. That's like the Super Bowl.
That's what I said, man. As long as we can beat the Patriots, it's still a football year.
Yep.
Ugh.
Hey,
Mike.
Joe Gills.
Mike's talking about USPS struggles.
Oh, it's tough out there right now. I have like a saved like response for all my buyers when they message me about shipping.
Oh yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
you know, I'm sorry, it's USPS, it's the holiday season, it's a pandemic. Chill out.
I can't believe that still has to be said. Like, that just drives me crazy. Like, do you understand what's happened on
Hey,
the
how about
planet
this?
this year? Like, yes, an item might be a day or two late, but that who was it Cincinnati Picker that had the one that the guy was like really like going after him and all that for something that was like 2 days late, and it's just like, come on.
It's absurd, is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do?
And you like that's like people like, especially for me with
Mike,
Depop, a lot
is
of
that
people
where I
actually
live?
people will send you messages and be like, have you even sent it? And it's like, have a look at the tracking page. It's right there. It says that I sent it 3 days ago. So like, I can't make that up. Like, the post office has scanned it in. So yeah, have you sent it? It's like,
Mike lives where I'm at. He says he has a package supposed to go to Wisconsin. It shows it's in Houston right now. It's like, dude, it's going out in the wrong direction. It should be going northwest, not southwest. That's crazy. Oh, man. Kat, we'll see you later. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, I've had a few weird ones, but for the most part, people have been understanding. Every now and then I'll get one that's strange.
What is going on? Okay.
Yeah, I had somebody message me the other day saying that they hadn't got their package. It showed up on Monday, and they literally they canceled the request. I guess they just never went and looked at their stoop till they sent the message. There he is.
Hey,
What's up? What's up?
Tank.
what's up? Sorry, I basically had to restart my computer, and I guess I had didn't finish downloading the new software for the Mac, so it was yeah. I mean, kids are upstairs. I don't even know what the kids are doing upstairs, so I was like,
You guys are on recess.
the 6-year-old's on his own, and I'm like, hey, do school, get it done, whatever. I don't know. So
That's great. That is great.
I love when you go back through your death pile and scan things to the price and all that, and it's a really good price, and you're like, I kind of know what I was doing that day when I bought it. You don't remember when you bought it, but just hey, it actually is worth something.
Yeah, I've had that happen a few times. It's like, man, I forgot where I even got that from.
A few times, of course, you're like looking and going, what was I thinking that day? That's pretty rare.
wait, what are death piles?
Hey, I'm coming off restrictions on eBay, so I've got lots of death piles. I'm up to 280 listings now that I can do per month. So that's about 10 a day listings. So I think that's getting up to okay.
Oh yeah, you could lock me in my house for You could lock me in my basement for like 6 months, and I don't think I could get through all my stuff.
What was that? A dance move that you just did, Kurnock?
What?
Was that a dance move you just did?
No, I was twirling my
Oh, okay.
I still need to list this right here.
Dude, I already told you, like, that thing. Well, I would have listed it the night that I told you that it was like a $250 vest.
It can just go in the death pile.
Yeah, list that right now. $250 vest. It'll sell fast too, especially right now.
I'm working on it. I was listing puzzles.
Puzzles?
Listen. So I went to the Mission thrift shop, my honey hole. All right, and they had all these puzzles. And Brenda, the lady that really likes me, she's like, "Hey, come here, Chris. I got these puzzles. I got like 6 bins of these puzzles. They're all over the place, taking up room. Can you find out if they're worth anything?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So I look at them on my own. I'm like, "Man, these are legit puzzles, like Charles Wysocki Americana puzzles." And I was like, "Yeah, they are." She's like, "You want all of them? You want to just take all of it out of here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, how much you want?" And she's like, "Just take it. Just get it off the floor." You know, people are tripping over all these bins and boxes of puzzles. So I loaded up the entire back of my truck with puzzles. I had like probably 94 puzzles that were like good to go.
Well, I can't be mad at that. There's nothing better than listing free items.
And I lotted them up in lots of 4, and they're selling for like $75 a piece.
Jeez.
Have you sold any yet?
5 lots already.
Jesus. Okay, so keep listing puzzles.
Well, they're all listed. I listed them all in one night. So yeah.
I think people over there are now starting to think ahead, like whether it may or may not lock down again. They just want to get in now before a new rush.
Yeah, well, I think these are like more like collector's items too. Like collectors want these, like this certain artist, I think. So yeah, those are all listed. Now I'm just getting back to clothes. I gotta trudge through about 35 ugly Christmas sweaters that I've got to do. So that's what we're working on today, and maybe a vest. Maybe a vest.
Do the vest. Do the vest.
Right? I've had this jacket laying on the board for like 2 weeks because I bought more shoes. I'm doing a lot of retail arbitrage too. So.
Whew, man. I wonder how cold is this. Yeah, I got some camo hats I'm trying to get done while it's still hungry.
I listed most of my camo, and all my camo is sold out, like done. I probably had like 25 pieces. They're all gone. See, I got my stool right here.
See, I gotta work on this stuff. All those cards.
God. I don't envy y'all with those cards. That's just not my game, bro.
Oh, man, I'll tell you. Oh,
What was that?
man.
Right?
Yeah, I'm okay. So now I'm working on getting my I'm putting together a pile of cards to go off for submission for to get graded. And I got a couple of really, really nice ones. I got a Justin Herbert silver mosaic. That's like if I can get a PSA 10, it's right now. It's probably obviously going to go up a little bit, but right now it's selling at like 2,000 to 3,000.
God dang.
Yeah. And then this one killed me because I got this like literally 3 days before he hurt his knee. It's a Joe Burrow autographed patch card, 18 to 25. So there's only 25 of these cards out there.
Jeez, man.
So, I mean, but I'll hold on to this one for a little while. I mean, that's like a long-term investment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with a lot of these,
you'll
what I'm
be
going
right,
to start
man.
doing
Sure.
is I'll be in these Discords and they have they do like fire sales. You just show a picture and a price of a bunch of cards and then just like, you know, real cheap. But it's for me, it's like it's all money.
Absolutely.
This is a cool little card. Speaking of, look at this. Tua Tagovailoa Christmas sweater card.
Oh, Tua. You'll need a Christmas sweater to keep him warm over there.
Okay, look at this one. So this is a Daniel Jones, right? And this is 10 of 20. And it's an actual diamond inside the card.
What?
Yeah, certified diamond. It comes with like a certificate and everything. But the thing that's really interesting about this card is that it says on the back that the Giants nabbed him with the 7th overall pick, but he was actually the 6th overall pick.
Oh, error.
So it's kind of crazy. So yeah, I have so many really good cards. It's crazy. I got this one too. This one's already graded. Naheem Hines, running back for the Colts, autographed, contenders ticket, PSA 9 mint. Well, I definitely have like over like 5,000 cards now.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Look,
I'll be right back.
This is what I do is, man, I get ahead early, right? So like with the uranium glass, I was buying uranium glass and everybody was like, why are you buying so much uranium glass? Like the glass market is in the gutter and, you know, nobody wants this stuff. They're literally paying me to get it off their hands. And now it's like I went from having like almost 1,000 pieces of uranium glass to like down to like almost less than 100 pieces now. And like, you know, it took me, what's that?
Do you do NBA cards at all as well, or just NFL?
Oh yeah. No. I do basketball, baseball, and football.
I picked this up in a group break a couple of weeks back.
Oh, sweet. Kevin Durant Obsidian.
Obsidian sketch. So it's
Is it numbered?
8 of 8.
Yeah.
Man.
So do you do breaks in Australia or do you do them in America?
That was an Australian one. That was the first one I did, and I did 2 of them, and like I didn't really overly enjoy it, but it was a good experience, and yeah, I landed that bad boy, which about 500 to 600, I think it's worth it. The envelopes they come out of the Asian envelopes.
Yeah.
So, and each card they get 2 cards out of a $600 pack, and each card is numbered to 8.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the only way you can get them. So it's quite a.
That's an awesome one.
Mm.
Yeah, it's addicting. I'm addicted. I have an addictive personality. All right, so those downloaded.
Geez, I was going to be lazy and not list this one because I couldn't find any sold like it, and then I realized maybe I should bother to do the listing. I'm like looking at the top of the pile going, I just looked at that one. Oh, there's 2 of them.
Seen items, December.
Uh-oh.
Dude, I had somebody message me today. I picked up these golf gloves the other day that are so this lady who still plays on the ladies senior, she lives up in Currituck, like near where we are at, and she used to run a little golf course there, but she sold it out. So she had a bunch of stock. So I picked up like maybe probably 35, 36 like gloves, for golf. So it's like FootJoy, Nike, Callaway. So I have this guy message me. He bought some of the FootJoy ones. He messaged me. He's like, "These are fake." I was like, "I'm sure not." This lady used to play on the LPGA. She was sponsored by FootJoy. That's who I got them from. Come on, because she played LPGA. Now she still plays on the seniors. Like she has stacks of that stuff. I was like, nah. Good luck,
bro.
I mean, they're all new in the pack, dude. I was like, yeah. Nice try.
So
he never he's not filed a return. He's just trying to get a discount.
So this vest I was showing earlier, so I had in my pile forever. It's like an army vest.
Mm.
Well, it's alpaca lined apparently, and that one night we were looking at these go for like $250, like in the collector's market. And I just had it in my like junk, like not like my like death pile. Just like I pulled it out and I was like, what's I was trying to like look at the zipper and I was just trying to like, what the hell?
That's crazy, dude. Hey Tank, what's auto tag? Have you ever seen that? OTTO?
Yeah. Okay, so that's auto. They make newer style and they've made vintage. That brand's been around for a while. When that is cut, when that's sewn into the the seam like that, that's a newer style. That's a
made in Burma.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a newer
yeah, it felt like it was newer. They feel pretty solid though, really.
Oh yeah. Oh, Auto makes great stuff.
Geez, I wasn't going to attack this pile until after Christmas. Then I realized with this one, probably a good time to do it. Just a Christmas Celtic Thunder Christmas DVD.
I got you.
This is about $23 here.
Hey, Kelly said she sold some uranium plates this weekend.
I'm telling you, man, the uranium glass is the hottest selling thing right now. It's the bridge between the youth and the elderly when it comes to the world of antique glass.
All right, fellas. I took it all.
Put that in your listings?
I gotta go get the space heater. My feet are freezing. I'll be back.
You gotta get them thick socks, huh?
Dude, I put some thicker ones there rather than just plain athletic. But...
You gotta get them alpaca.
Alpaca, yeah. I'm listing that right now.
Gotta get the 225 socks.
Yeah, mine's in like the best condition, I think, of any of the ones that have sold. So we'll see.
I always wonder with stuff like that if somebody buys it to like collect it, display it, or wear it, or both.
I don't know, man. That's the weird thing. I thought it was just. See, I picked this up. 54 degrees.
It's a nice temperature here at the moment. I'll take that. I'm
downstairs. I'm actually hot because I got my air going.
I I'm outside in the shed, but it's a very cool area that we live in, so it's quite nice for the. We're in the first weeks of summer here, but it's still quite nice of a night.
Oh, now I remember what I forgot to do. I hate when so yesterday I was taking pictures and I took a picture of something and then I went to go measure it and then I forgot to take the rest of the pictures after that. And it's like it's a nice item. Oh. And of course it's at the bottom of the box. Oh.
Funny, like all three of you literally have nearly the same ceiling. Like, looking up, I'm like, so you're all like in a basement sort of lower level.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Eric's in his shed, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is so annoying. I have to take out like 20 teacups to get to this thing. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to burn through the listings that I've got for this month, so then I can try and sell as much before Christmas, and then move on to depopping my clothing death piles.
Yeah. I was telling everyone, if anyone ever wants to come to the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia and get some clothes, come on by.
My wife keeps going up there. Everyone that comes here, it's like, do you need any jeans? Do you need any? Like, lay off my stock. Mine.
Yeah, I got.
I might need to come by and shop some, sir. I'm running out of clothes for the podcast.
Yeah. Don't sleep on this Celtic Thunder stuff, guys. Look, these are the listed prices, but still.
That's my jam right there.
Celtic Thunder.
I love some good Irish music. Sir, do you see this thing I got?
Oh wow, that's nice. I gotta find. I just picked up some Redskin stuff.
This is for the Hank Williams Jr. 25th anniversary of Monday Night Football. I love it.
That's awesome. Let me see if I can find some.
Made in the USA too.
I might got something. I might have something for you, Tim. All right, go upstairs. You got school. Go.
This is the only year where they could have like songs for Monday night football, Tuesday night football, Wednesday afternoon football, Thursday. I think they pretty much played games on nearly every day of the week this season.
I gotta get this joint right here listed, man. That Stranger Things jacket. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
It's a little.
There we go.
Got some oldness to it.
That's awesome.
How does this thing not have pockets? I hate things that don't have pockets. It smells like syrup, though.
It doesn't have any inside pockets?
Yeah, it does. But that doesn't do me any good on the outside.
Is it reversible or no?
No, it's got a big sticker on the inside.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think I have that brand somewhere.
I'm always surprised there's still people out there that when they buy something, they put the receipt in it. I don't think I've ever done that for like a DVD or. But as soon as I open it, I'm not taking it back. Then people stick the receipt in there.
Okay, so look at this thing. This is super rad. Okay, so this is a whiskey pitcher, and it's from the 1969 Washington, D.C. International Horse Race.
Mm.
And it has like the list of all the winners for all the previous years on there. It sells for like $40.
That's very cool.
Yeah, there's only a few listed, or I don't think there's any active listings, but there's been some that sold.
Tim, let me pull you
So
something real quick.
Anyone who ever talks about things to source, like what should you be looking for and all that, it's stuff like that, stuff that sticks out, stuff that just looks so random and unique. Like, and that stuff you can't teach that. You can't teach what to look for. It's just years and years of doing it and going, okay, that's odd. I need to grab that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's 100%. Like, you can't. It's hard to like be like, oh yeah, pick up this. I mean, it's easy to say pick up this, but I've picked up things that I'm just like, I just feel. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, ooh, this feels nice, or it just looks vintage.
Yeah, like I've got DVDs and CDs and all that are the most random, like from conferences and from, like religious ones and all that stuff that's just so random and all that. But it's like 50 cents, I'll grab it because that's the stuff that can go for $50 out of nowhere.
Well, just like that vest. I was just like, yeah, this is old. It looks military kind of. It has no insignia on it or nothing. It's a plain, But I felt it. I'm like, yeah, this is something.
It looks like you've got a very similar clothing setup to me too. That you've actually made use of the roof.
Oh yeah.
Are they hanging off the roof behind you? Because that's like
It's all well. You don't even want to see down here. Here, let me see if I can get a. That's like the addition. You know what I'm saying? That's the addition. Let's see. Let me see if I can pop this here.
Oh,
that right there. Yeah. That's the big Willie right there. And then
are
there's
you
like
on the eBay or like Poshmark and that? Or
I'm
both?
I'm eBay, Grailed, and Depop with most of my clothing.
It's rare I find Americans that do Depop. Like it's.
Well, I mean, it's a yeah. Joe Deals, yeah. I don't think you use it. Hey Tim, check this out. Do you need like a 1960s like?
What?
Oh,
that's nice.
Yeah, it's got like the letters.
Don't drill
like,
too much. It's cold there. You get icicles in the beard from the drill.
Yeah, it's got just like a little bitty tag right here. No tag, nothing. But I dated to like I've dated this to 60s right here by the cut and everything.
Dude, is that the one that Rudy wore?
But I've had that listed forever, and I still haven't sold it. So I just have to give it away. Might just have to send it to you, Tim.
Merry Christmas to you.
Right?
Dude, I got to send the item out to drop shipper today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Don't you love it when they do that whole, this is a gift, make sure there's no invoice, no pricing, no.
I never send an invoice anyways. I hate when people ask me about an invoice.
I don't send one either.
What about these guys?
Oh, bro.
Oh.
That's cool.
Still in the plastic and everything.
Man. WCW.
Jeez, how did Rick get on there? That's so random. All the people I've got, they put Rick Steiner on there.
It's from 1991.
Nice.
I guess it was Rick. Was it Rick or Scott? Looked like Rick.
This is the thing that kills me, is trying to take off stickers off of plastic.
Oh, yeah.
But you gotta be real smooth. Gotta be real smooth with it.
You gotta be slow and steady.
Yes, sir. Bung. Got it.
All right. Hey, Dave. Tesla picker in the house.
Hey, Dave, how about them Washington football teamers, bud? Cowboys got to win tonight, Dave, if you guys want to stay around for a little while.
But the Cowboys still not eliminated, technically.
No, they're not. Anything could happen. It's 2020.
It's the NFC East.
Yeah.
Wide open every year.
I mean, Philly still has a chance, you know?
Yeah, they do
Meanwhile,
now.
the Dolphins are sitting there with 8 wins going, holy crap, are we going to get in or not? And the Bills are like 9, and we're like, oh, what's going to happen and all that. And then the Cowboys are still in with a chance. And that it's insane.
Bubbles. Yep, AFC, NFC is a little different story.
All right. Hold on real quick. I'll be right back.
Kids are burning it down. Hey, Joy, thanks for coming in. Sister Joy.
I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you for pulling for us.
Yeah, I removed it earlier, but I'll put it back on again because, you know, there's another football fan in the house.
It's actually super interesting how many people
very well.
How many people crossed over, you know, people that I know who are resellers that crossed over to watch the football podcast is pretty cool.
Yeah, you got people watching that ain't even football fans, like Tommy and Tracy.
Yeah.
They're always in.
Are there many decent, like, reseller fantasy football leagues?
I think there's a few that people are in. I'm not in any, but I do I have another YouTube channel where I do a football show every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
I love the football show.
I think
It's
you
like-
guys, man, like you're as good as what you see on ESPN and stuff, dude. Be honest. I mean, you ain't got a graphic guy sitting there like pumping out like clips or anything, but
Yeah, I'm doing as much. I'm doing so much. I'm doing all the graphics when we're live on StreamYard.
yeah.
And then Authentic just makes all the graphics and then just uploads them, and then I can kind of just use them throughout the show.
Yeah.
And but yeah, like our last episode, like not the Sunday episode is kind of difficult to get like crazy viewers because there's a million football shows on Sunday mornings. But our last Thursday show did 1.9 thousand views, I think.
Wow,
So,
that's awesome.
Yeah, when we started this football season, we were at like 230 subscribers. And now we're at 1.3 something, and we're about like 400 hours away from 4,000 watch hours. It sucks because all the watch hours from last season, they don't count towards your watch hours.
Yeah, 1 year.
Yeah.
You guys will be there in their time there on the watch hour.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't sweat that.
Oh yeah, and Entertainers Channel is insane. Have you seen how many people are in that?
I know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's 6,000 people in his lives.
Can I share something with you guys that I just found?
What's that?
It's inside this DVD here. Like I'm going through all these Celtic Thunder. I bought these all at the same thrift store together. But this old lady, she's actually like, she writes notes that she puts into them about them to like recall later. So it's Celtic Thunder. It's entertainment. 1 hour, 16 songs. Second last song by orchestra. Last song by Thunder and Orchestra. Very good mix of songs. I cried. That's.
I think you'd have to listen to it now.
Isn't that? That's how she's like just tucked it in there. I thought it was another receipt, and that's what was in there. Like that's
I find all types of crazy notes and like the old vintage stuff. Like it's pretty interesting. I'm intrigued by it always. Dave, yeah, we're gonna do a ton of off season content this year. Last year we didn't, but now that we've upped the game, we're gonna do a lot of scouting, draft prepping, off season acquisitions, salary cap stuff. Maybe some other sports too. We'll see. Sky's the limit, man. Got to keep pushing the envelope.
I'd like to see some more like personality driven stuff too, you know?
Oh, well, we got an interesting concept we're working on. That's going to be like it's going to be a game show. And it's going to be with other football YouTube content creators. And Scotty Booms is going to host it, and it's going to be like a competition series.
Nice.
Because people really like the trivia portion of our shows. So we're going to like up the ante, and we're going to make it like a full-blown, like, I don't know if you ever watched that. It was a show that was on like Friday nights on NBC for a little while, and it was hosted by the lady who hosts Weakest Link now. And it was like 10 celebrities on each team, and they were all like hammered drunk, and they did like all these different like games like Pictionary and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to be sort of like a similar concept to that.
I know.
Very cool.
I can't think of that lady's name. Like, she's kind of taller lady.
She looks like she's a Joan. That's
I know exactly who it is, man.
I know you do.
My wife
my mother was a Joan.
Too all the time.
She reminds me of a Joan. Like whenever I think short hair. When I see short hair, it gives me a Joan feel. Tall, skinny, short hair. That's a Joan.
That lady played in some movies there.
She's really funny. I think she is originally a stand-up comedian.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I think too.
Oh, I want to show you these. Oh. I'm looking through my just big old piles for stuff. I swear I got Redskin stuff somewhere.
I reckon a couple of really good reseller fantasy leagues would create some good content ideas as well.
Yeah, I know Nate and them run a fantasy league. I wanted to do one this year, but I just didn't get around to it. I'll tell you what, though. This weekend, I had real quarterback issues, and I picked up David Carr off the waiver wire, and he gave me like 47 points. And I went from being like in third place to possibly getting a bye in the first round and winning the division. I can't believe the Jets lost that game. It was asinine.
It was intentional.
Yes. Oh, that's a nice one too. What year is it?
They saw the Jets going to lose, so that to lose as well.
Oh, that's sick, bro.
Yeah, 87.
You know, I'm surprised more of that Redskins stuff isn't selling since the name change.
I don't know. It sold fast. It sold early.
Yeah, in the beginning.
Yeah, check out these. These are OG Zubaz.
Oh, those are fly.
49ers.
I would kill for a pair of those.
I saw them at the thrift shop, and I'm like, yo, those Zubaz? Because they had them hanging up in the women's section. And then when I saw the like the 49ers little, felt logo, and then like the inside, this is 90s when you see pink tag, made in the USA. Like there's no reprint. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Redskins sweater that I sold on Depop.
I sold a vintage NFL Super Bowl experience sweatshirt on Depop the other day to somebody in Australia.
Someone in Australia recently bought a Green Bay Packers starter jacket I had.
Oh, that's nice too. I like that.
Shasha said that lady was on a musical TV show. I can't think of her name, man. My wife would know who it is.
She's been in so many movies too.
Well, no. I can't even think of the name of the show. It's something Game of Games. Is that what it is?
I can't remember either.
Dude.
It was funny. One of my fantasy leagues last week, I did something I never thought I'd do. I think I was up by 1.5 or something, and I had like a mediocre defense on Monday night, and I pulled my defense. It was like, nah, I'm not going to risk them
giving you negative points.
Yeah. I've never done that before, but it was like, no, I'm not going to risk it here. Like, yes, there could be a points correction, but I read the percentages and all that, and the chance of there being a 2-point correction as opposed to a team getting a -2 was it's a lot more likely for a team defense to do that. So I was like, yep, I'm not going to risk it. People are like, oh, don't do that because the points for matter and all that. It's like not as much as that win column. That win column is it's 1,000 times more important.
Risk it for the biscuit, baby.
Is that Hollywood Game Night?
I think that might be what it was called. It definitely sounds about right.
Let's see. Let's see if I can pull it up. See if this is the right one. I know this is the one that my wife watches. This one right here. This lady.
Yep, that's it. Is her name Joan?
Jane.
Jane. See, Joan. Jane.
Jane Lynch. What?
Yeah. So close. Oh, it's Jane Lynch. Is she the
She was in these movies.
Is she the Glee?
Glee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wreck-It Ralph, Hollywood Game Night, 40-Year-Old Virgin. She was in that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know her.
Electronic store boss.
Dude, she was actually on Criminal Minds for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
I knew she looked familiar. That's funny. Yeah. There you go. Ooh, Kelly said that she had a Steelers shirt to list. She sold a Mean Joe Green Coca-Cola jersey, T-shirts from the 70s earlier this year.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's a pretty big time.
Yeah, my window's closing on these Christmas sweaters, so I've got to get up, hop on the ball with these. See, everything just dumbass shit like that.
Do you comp them or you just list them at just like at the same price everyone?
I blow through them. Yeah.
What do you do, like $19, $19.99?
Yeah, $20. Because I mean, again, my situation's different. I've been getting most of these at the Mission, so they're like 50 cents a piece.
Yeah.
So it's like, list them for anywhere from $15 to $20 and just
Move 'em.
Just rip through them, you know.
Yeah.
And if I pull it, grab it. If something's wrong with it, if it needs to be washed, I just toss it to the side and be like, all right, I may get to that sometime and may not. May just donate it back, you know. Like this one, it's like missing like a little thing, you know. Throw that to the side and go on to the next one. Because what I'm thinking is they're wearing these for just an office party or a, just some kind of party. They're not,
Yeah.
they're wearing a one-off. So,
Man, Kelly said she found that in a 50-cent shirt bin at her favorite thrift store. Holy cow.
that's where I found most of my big ticket items.
It's crazy.
The Selena shirt I sold for $350. Bought that for like 50 cents. Bought my Kiss shirt that I sold for $400 at a flea market that for $1,
Dude, I've got a thrift store down here right now that has a box truck full of clothing. Like, for nothing. Like,
that could be a curse and a blessing, though.
it wouldn't be a blessing for me. Because I do not enjoy the clothing.
Well, I've done.
That's kind of what I'm about.
I've done digs through, clothing, big clothing hauls.
Yeah.
Usually 95% of it's just junk.
Yeah. Yeah, I've pulled some stuff out of their thrift store before, but I just don't enjoy listing it. Like unless it's cool stuff like you're talking about, but I got all
I don't want to be sitting like I can't spend like an hour like listing like yoga spandex. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, if it's something you like, but
well, that's clothing's a passion too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You gotta
like it. Hey, Kent said 99 problems and inventory ain't one.
Right?
Oh man.
Yeah, inventory is never a problem.
Yeah, it's funny. It's never a problem, but I'm always looking for more. Feed the addiction.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, as much as it's been more work having the boys doing homeschool, it has tamed my like I would have probably been going out every day, just blah,
I'm glad there's a technical term for it. Blah.
Yeah, blah.
That's how you hit thrift shop.
I mean, if I go to the my local one, my honey hole, I'm always coming out with a trash bag of stuff. Because they have so much stuff coming in there. There's like they just want to move it so fast.
Yeah.
My honey hole's an hour away, unfortunately, but it's in a very, very small town, so I only have to get there once a fortnight, and I get a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, it's like I could go today and fill the truck up with stuff. It's just like the room down here. I gotta get some stuff out of here first. Well, which I am. I sent out yesterday. I sent out 43 packages.
Jesus, I thought I was the glue. Man, packing. I hate packing. I wish I had my Dukes again. I'm telling you, man. Like this, I'm at this point, man. I need a worker, bro. I need a worker.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get. I think I'm gonna get a worker. I'm probably someone that helps me with like photos after the Q4.
Well, my goal is to get big enough that the missus can stop working at the other thing, and we can actually do what we planned originally, which was get around the outback and go to all the small towns and find all those hidden gems, like to actually earn enough to make it justifiable.
Yeah, that's the way right there. Okay, let me ask you something, Eric. When you're doing these listing things, do you like hop around your listings, or you just go through like until you get bored of one thing?
You know what I've started doing? I used to just do the parts like on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But man, it's a grind doing that. So now I actually do a little bit of everything.
Dude, I remember a few of those ones where you're just doing those lawnmower parts, and you were like 4 hours in, you're like,
yeah. I mean, the only good thing about those things is occasionally you'll find $100 piece. Like you'll just be digging through, like, oh, that's $100. Like, what is that? I mean, I sold a piece of plastic today for $27. Like it literally a piece of plastic fit on my pinky.
Yeah, but that part was needed.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, ain't nobody else got it. Like it ain't out there. You look on the internet, every place says out of stock. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I saw your interview with eBay Addicts. Is that
Jeff? Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about all the parts, the big lots that you buy and all that.
That was a big lot, dude. I've still got a lot. I'm gonna have to get into some today because they don't get listed without doing something for sure. But I've talked with other people about how I've just noticed, man. I've noticed, like, how you guys talking promotions and all that kind of stuff. What I've noticed is if I don't list new items in categories where I have a lot of stuff in, and they don't sell. Like, it's weird, but if I neglect my hats, I've got a bunch of hats listed. If I don't list any hats every now and then, it's like that sales slow right down on that stuff. If I don't like with the parts, if I don't list them every week, we don't do that. But if there for a while, all I was listing is parts and all I was selling was parts. It's almost like when you list fresh items, it puts fresh items on your inventory of those items, those categories. Maybe that's just me, but I've talked to a bunch of people that talked about the same stuff. Jeez. These hats need the vacuum. They got dust flying everywhere. Where's my face? I'm only 10 in.
Well, this is going to be more of a photo day for me, I think. Until my back can't take it anymore.
I was telling Tommy last night, I was like, man, my back feels like a spicy chicken right now because I spent all day yesterday taking pictures for today.
Yeah.
Hey, Sonny, good to see you, man. Harry Humstone in the building.
I don't have a problem with shirts and all that, but it's when you're taking photos of pants. That's when I seem to. That wears me out.
True. It's always an encouraging sign.
I spent 3 hours packing yesterday, packing up items.
Jeez.
Bro, yeah. That's my everyday life, man. Because this is the thing, it's like, so it's crazy because you can pack 43 items, right, in 3 hours.
Yeah.
But like packing 14 of my items takes like 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see how you do that, bro.
So like the day after when I was doing my live sales, the day after my live sale, like I have to pack 40 breakable items. You know, like it's time consuming.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking about there. The good thing about these parts, man, $150.
And easy to store, easy to ship.
Yeah. That one's got its own little box. I'm pretty certain that thing will fit right in a poly. Be ready to roll.
See, look, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd be scared to ship. Even like I can't even ship like things that don't need bubble wrap without putting bubble wrap on them.
What?
I'm so like I'm programmed,
Sure,
man.
So man, some of these toys I've been sending out, just throw them in the box, send them out. You know.
See, I can't do that. I put a piece of paper around it. I put a piece of bubble wrap around it. Put paper in the box. It's natural.
I know.
That's what I was telling y'all earlier about how like I hate I don't remember what I was telling you guys earlier. What was I telling you guys earlier? What were we just talking about? Packing.
Well, just how you wrap the hat, bro.
Now I remember. I remember how I was telling you guys earlier how like 95% of my life, what can go wrong has gone wrong. So like I'm used to that. So like I pack like that. I'm like, man, this shirt in this bag, this bag could get ripped, and then the shirt could get ripped. Maybe I should put 2 bags around it and insure it. You know, like I don't want these shoes to get wet. Like I got to make sure all these corners, there's no water can get into this box. You know what I'm saying?
You need to start importing your own bubble wrap.
Yeah.
By the truckload. Hey, what's that storage unit full of? Oh, that's where I store my shipping supplies.
Yeah. I'm trying to get the bubble wrap company to give me a sponsorship, man. I'm dead ass. I'm so serious. Like, because I use a specific bubble wrap. Like, hey, Kathy Morrison, how are you? I can't use like regular bubble wrap. I have to use this specific bubble wrap. Anybody that's ever gotten a package from me knows. I use
Dude, the way like Tim like tapes the boxes, or I don't know if it was Ma Dukes. Dude, I was like, oh my god, like a perfect corner tape down.
That's me.
Like I'm like, who does that? I'm like, done, ship out.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about doing a shipping series on my channel. Like I've been thinking of ways to like, get more pre-recorded videos going on my channel again. And I was thinking about doing a shipping series because every once in a while I have to ship something that is very like crazy. Just people don't know how to like, you just look at it and you're like, oh man, how am I going to ship this thing? And I'm just like, I use like, I'm a crazy dude. I'm a little off in the head. You know what I'm saying? So like, I look at like, like the item and I'm like, put it on the table and like, and all of a sudden I just start to go all Goodwill hunting on my packing. And I'm just like, all right, this can go this and this can go there. And then like, the angles and how can I fit this and that? And then I'm like calculating shipping in my head at the same time. Like I'm a weird dude, man. Like
you can do a shipping series for like shipping with OCD.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, what you want to do here is you want to wrap it in a layer of bubble wrap, and then another layer, and then another layer, and then put it in the box.
Yeah. Wait, how many layers was that? I might have put 2 more just in case.
Oh man!
And now this is just your inner box. So you want to take your inner box and you want to wrap that in some bubble wrap.
Make sure you put it inside and outside.
I guess you don't sell glassware or anything like that because that would just.
No, that's all I sell.
He sells.
That's all I know.
Oh,
I sell everything, but yes, mostly glassware. I am the king glasser. I appreciate.
So
Kathy
you
Morrison.
hate yourself basically.
Yeah, Kathy Morrison says Tim is the best packer in the world. Kathy is she is a huge supporter of my live sales on Monday nights, and she's amazing. So shout out to Kathy Morrison. Thank you for stopping by and checking out my friends here.
Kathy, glad you're here.
Yeah, packing is an art form. I'm like, artists are crazy. Van Gogh cut his ear off. You know what I'm saying? I'm like that with packing. I'm the Van Gogh with packing. What can I say?
You need to do like an Instagram series where you like proudly show off each one.
There was one the other day that I had to ship, and I was just like, man, I should have recorded how I did this because this was just like, this is a masterpiece.
Picasso hid on the wall for months. That's what Sonny
The
said.
glass gangster.
Yes, that is another nickname I have received from my peers. Man, the time goes by so fast when you're doing this. This is killing me. I need to be doing more.
It's only 11:15, bro.
That's another thing too, man. I'm like time like messes with me. I don't do well with time.
Well, that's the advantage of doing this full time. You can do it in the morning. You can do it at night. You can,
Well, yeah, I got the podcast tonight though.
Oh yeah.
And I got to pick up my car from an oil change. You know me, man. I'm doing 12 things at one time all day, every day.
Every day. Man.
But I'm about 10 listings in right now on 3 platforms, so that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Some people say that only counts as 10 listings. Others say it counts as 30. I'll meet you in between. We'll say
right now.
22.
I'm at 11.
I'm at 0.
But how many pictures you taking though?
I don't know. We'll just let it add up. I got this stack right here. I don't know if y'all can see. Y'all can't see that. Like, this is the stack I'm working on. So I need to go from here to basically like here right now. All that. So, and I'm just gonna keep going and charge through it and answer my eBay messages.
Well, that's since I joined. Hey.
All right.
Yesterday, I was driving around the neighborhood picking people's recycling for boxes.
There you go.
Because I've been selling all these Barbie dolls, and they require really awkward shaped boxes.
Where'd you get all the Barbie dolls? I was trying to hook my stuff up while you were talking about these Barbie dolls. Where'd you get these Barbie dolls from?
So my mom's friend got rid of a whole bunch of stuff. So that's where I got all the dolls from. And that's why I was telling you, if you ever see anything by Jason Wu, pick it up. That stuff is insane. That's something that I learned new. He's more like a
Oh,
Is that Etsy?
No, that was Macari.
Oh,
So I got 3 sales on eBay, 1 sale on Macari, 1 sale on Etsy so far.
nice. I ditched Macari.
Listen, it's like you get these good months, and this has been a good month. And so look, because this is what I started doing, because I'm always trying to like change stuff, right? So with Macari, I was doing the free shipping, right?
Yeah.
And just incorporating it in my price. And I thought that it worked in the beginning for like a month, and then like I started realizing that people are stupid, right? So when they look at it, they're not, some people will see free shipping and they'll be excited about it, right? Other people will see the price as being high and not think about they're not paying for shipping. And I think more people started looking at it like that. So then I realized that with Macari, they have it where you can use UPS and it doesn't matter how big it is, it's always going to be $10 for the buyer.
Yeah.
So I started doing that and started just taking my packages to UPS, and I don't have to worry about like underpricing myself and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can kind of like work with the price a little bit better, and it makes it more appealing to the eye. I just sold like a Samsung home theater receiver and speakers. I don't know, like $50. I mean, it turns on and it opens. That's about as far as the testing I did.
Yeah.
But I mean, like I put all that obviously in the description. So, and it's sold on Macari. I'd much rather have something like that sold on Macari than eBay, because you know how people on eBay be.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think I ruined my eBay. My whole account's jacked. So yeah, it was my fault. I mean, I got banned off of Macari and I got reinstated, but it's never been the same. So it's my fault.
That happened to me too, remember?
Yeah, but for me, I've never been able to rebound off of that.
Maybe
like
this
even putting up the listings, putting up all kinds of stuff, dude, nothing. So
like the mud stick sort of thing, like you've been in trouble once, so they don't promote you as much and all that sort of thing.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
I don't know. It's like, okay, I was selling toys like crazy on eBay. Just toys, Pokemon stuff, tech deck stuff, just selling them. Like I'm sold out of, I've sold over 75 of these little bitty like tech deck bicycles, okay? On eBay, sold 70 of them. I've had them listed on Macari. I've taken them down, relisted them, taken them down, relisted them. I have not sold one on Macari, but 70 on eBay.
That's crazy.
So it's like, where's the Pokemon toys? I've been, I mean, Disney stuff, like stuff that is like perfect for, that Macari. Yeah, like, yeah, eBay has the traffic. Yeah, it can't. It's just like, I said, you know what? I'm just gonna just go full fledged into eBay, and it's been really good. Where it's like, especially and I kind of said that for Q4, just focus on eBay, and not some of the other sites, because that's where a lot of the traffic is gonna be. Amazon and eBay are gonna have a lot of traffic. So
that's what I'm doing with I'm not putting anything on Depop until I've filled up all my eBay listings.
Yeah.
Caleb, man, I see you been like killing the game halls again, man. You guys know Phoenix Resell, Caleb?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Dude, he kills the game community, man.
It's Caleb in here, is he? Oh, hey, Caleb. Keep feeding that Pooh Bear for me. Oh, was his first ever live donation was me.
Yeah, he was doing that where he's trading switches for games and older consoles. Killing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used him in a video of mine because I actually did the opposite, where I had a system for sale and someone offered me a Switch for it. So I sort of did the will it trade in reverse and actually scored a Switch that way for an old Xbox system that I got for next to nothing. So I was like, I'll take that. I'll grab a Switch.
Okay, so let me ask you guys a question about Switch. I got this Switch game, right? And it's a Pokemon jump. Okay? But it makes this noise. Is that regular, or does that mean that there's something wrong with it?
I don't know anything about him.
Anybody in the chat know?
I've only got to Switch with one game at the moment, so Caleb definitely will be the man to answer that for you. Yeah, he just popped up in the chat there. I reckon that's him.
Yeah. Hey,
Oh no,
Caleb, can you tell
thank
me
you,
if
Caleb.
this noise if this noise is does the game make noise when you shake it regularly, or is that not supposed to be happening? I can't test it, so but it's like a $40 game. Pokemon Sword. Kent says I'd have to try it in a game. That's not normal, and that's normal.
I don't know. I know Caleb sells a ton of video. Like that's his specialty is video games.
Okay.
But I don't know.
See, it's not like back in the day where you could go to Toys R Us and they have the game systems right there where you can kind of test the games and how they play.
Well, now GameStop's actually took out. You see, like they won't even let you get on the games.
Oh, but the GameStop in my hood closed down.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, there's some channels that you follow that grow and you think, how on earth? But Caleb's one. I've been following him from the start, and his are definitely awesome. His style is very good, and just the quality is awesome, and the content.
Yeah, he says with the Switch games, it's actually pretty common that happens.
Okay, there you go.
So Leroy, you asked about tools on Macari, like the sockets and stuff like that, or you mean like bigger heavy duty tools? Because I figured you probably got intrigued by the shipping options.
No, just the sockets and wrenches and one-off stuff. I don't really do a lot of
Big stuff.
big stuff. I do like right now. I'm listening an extension.
Yeah,
small stuff.
There's tons of tools on here.
Okay, I've never been on that site. I've never been on Macari, and I've never been on what's the other clothing one that everybody's
Depop. Poshmark.
Macari, and the other I forgot the name of it. But I'm an eBay guy. I've been doing eBay for 20 years. I just mainly eBay. And your question about your answer about the bubble wrap, I use bubble wrap on tools, and but I don't get no complaints. If you look at my feedback, it says quick shipping, great pack. Like that's what I want to see. I don't care if it's tools. I use bubble wrap on everything I send out. Bubble wrap and shrink wrap.
Shrink wrap is a very underrated tool for reselling and shipping.
I use it. I use it for everything I send out. I put bubble wrap around it. You see that roll there? That's my small roll. That's small now. But and shrink wrap. I have to have the two. So guys, if you see me talking, I got it muted because I'm listening on. So. Just so you guys know.
All right. You're all right, bro.
Eric knows the routine.
I know. Sometimes me and Leroy would be quiet. Like
I wasn't gonna come back on because I felt like fall was a crowd, but you threw the link back and I kept messaging to Tim. I'm like, I might as well just come on.
yeah.
I think these are better with more people because then there's less pressure. Like if you have to concentrate for a minute or two and you're not engaging, then it doesn't matter if 2 or 3 people are doing it.
Correct.
Yeah, sometimes things get busy. Oh yeah. I like to see when they're still sealed up like that. That's nice. No dirt nothing else. Perfect.
Tim, check this gen out. It's not Coogie, but
Oh, that's a sick pattern, though.
yeah.
Hey,
So these
Is that a Cosby sweater?
well, we don't call them Cosby sweaters anymore. These are like Biggie Small sweaters. But Biggie, he popularized the Coogee model. But if you find other ones like Cotton Traders and Tundra, they don't sell as much, but they still do sell. This will sell for like $35 to $45.
that's crazy. So. Hey, I just watched Santa Claus last night. That's the kind of sweater that Jack could be wearing on there, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one. It was a sweater like that. There was an Australian reseller. He had it in his shop for months, and it was a famous YouTuber. Actually, wears it all the time. And he found a listing for it, and he put it onto his Instagram or something, saying, "Wow, I found another one of my jumpers. I haven't seen one of those before." So all of a sudden, he had people from the US contacting him saying, "Can you send it? Can you send it?" So out of nowhere, he's like getting 20 inquiries, and he's like, "What the hell?" So he had to do his research. Then he came across the post, and it was like, "Oh, that's why." And I think he sold it to like the second or third person. It was like, should have held out.
Hey,
yeah, those vintage sweaters. I put up a bunch on eBay, Depop, and Grailed. I sold probably 40 of those sweaters, like in October and early November. So
that's good. Reseller Nets, thank you for coming in. He said Fresh Prince sweater.
Yeah.
Joe Deals asked Tim if you can wash hand painted glass.
Yeah, you can. I just talked to him on Instagram.
Okay.
I'm multitasking.
Dave said Coogee down to the socks.
Rings and watch.
right?
Them knocks in the Mitsubishi. That's my
It's funny
jam.
when you say when people say Fresh Prince, because like his jacket, like everyone knows what his jacket was, right? When he always used to wear that crazy jacket, what that was. Mm-hmm. It took me years to realize that it was his school blazer that he turns inside out. Like one time he gets to the lining and you're like, oh, that's what he does. He turns his jacket around.
Yeah, that was one of the early episodes when he got down with like that.
Mm.
When he first got to school, he's like, yeah, if I got to wear the uniform, here it goes. Rummage for riches, yeah. We're trying to get the Cosby Show.
Well, I mean, even stuff like this, just straight up stuff like this, patterns and argyle and squares. This stuff sells for me. Believe it or not.
Did you find all that in one place?
Kinda. Yeah. I have a spot near me. It's my honey hole. It's 50 cents basically everything. For 50 cent shirts, 50 cent sweaters, $1.50 pants, and $3 jackets. So it doesn't matter what kind of jacket it is, leather or fur or what, $3. And then sometimes they do a buy one get one, and it's like, oh my god, like, so. Yeah, I mean, do I take advantage of it? Yes. Is there enough clothes coming in there for everyone? Yes.
That's when they had that song "Take Me Home, West Virginia."
Well, you want to know something interesting about that song? That song was originally about
For Maryland. Yeah.
But it didn't sound right, so they changed it from Maryland to West Virginia. And now it's become the anthem of West Virginia.
Right?
A little bit of tidbit for you guys.
There you go.
My knowledge, it spans across libraries of randomness.
Do you think the parts are worth more with dead spiders on them? Absolutely.
Protein.
Yeah.
Vintage spider.
Everybody wants the vintage spider look, man.
Yeah. You can't get that everywhere.
I think that's the cool thing though about selling random stuff too, man. It's like it's easy to get bored when you're listing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Does that ever bother you sometimes, Leroy, or does it not bother you because within that niche you have multiple different things that you can list that kind of takes your mind off of it?
Yep. And like I said, when I get tired of tools, I will list some shoes and stuff like that. Like, but it doesn't last. I can only do 5 at a time because then I lose concentration. My niche is the tools, and I really enjoy it. And like Eric says, you'll be looking at something you don't know what it is. I take the picture, and then when I go to research it to list it, and it's $38, I get a little more excited.
Yeah, got you.
But whenever you're ready to do that shipping live, let me know.
For sure. Man, I got something that there's no comps for.
What is it?
It's a Czechoslovakia hand painted antique uranium glass vase.
You know what you do, right?
You already know what I'm gonna do.
Make that count. Make your own count.
That's what we do, Sir Knock.
Hey Tim, question.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever gotten a complaint from a customer because you had beard hair in their shrink wrap or whatever?
No, but I'm very cautious of that. It's funny you say that, but yeah, I actually am very cautious of that because of multiple reasons. One, because a beard hair can easily be mistaken for a hair from another body part.
Yes.
Number two,
Yes.
I worked in the food industry, for years, and like that was like my last job before I did full-time reselling. So, obviously working in that industry, you kind of have to be very cautious of it too. But it's everywhere. It happens.
Because I'm looking at something right now, and I put a piece of tape over a tag. And I got a piece of my beard, and my beard's not that big, but I got a piece of hair in it. So what I do is I just get a black marker and just check over it like I off. Do you know what I mean? So it's not as obvious.
It's tough out here for the beard gang.
I'm learning.
And plus, like I'm real, like I'm like I have mental disorders, so like I'm always like stressed out, and I'm like going like picking through my beard, like the floor of my car is just full of beard hair from me, like just like overthinking life and picking at my beard at red lights.
Overthinking my life. Hmm.
Is anybody taking time off for Christmas, or are they everybody going to keep working?
Oh no, this is a there's no days off in reselling.
Oh, I know that.
Right?
I wish I could, but I'm so angry when I don't take. I kill myself when I don't take measurements sometimes.
Well, my wife is working 14 out of the next 16 days, so that leaves me plenty of time to be doing what I should be doing.
Well, that's the beauty. That's what I think the beauty of it is. You know, I can, if I want to take off a little time and watch a football game, I can, or if I want to stay up late and work, I can. So, like Thanksgiving, I didn't go any. Like the kids went to their mom's house, and I just worked. Like it was another day. So.
Yeah, yesterday I watched the game, and then once we lost, I came back to the warehouse and worked.
You in there adjusting wrenches yesterday afternoon?
Yeah.
Shit.
$149.
What size are those sweaters? Are they all from the same place? The same person you think, or is it mixed?
No, they're all mixed.
Okay.
I take measurements of all my clothing. Because that's the last. I put it all in there. I have a template for all my clothing, so I'll just set it up, and then just it's always like the title, brand, size, color, measurements, and maybe a little more details, and that's it. And and people like to ask questions, but if I have it all in the description like that with my template,
Yep.
yeah, it's just easy. You're just changing numbers, changing the color, changing.
Yep.
So, and that's why I like to do I'm doing all Christmas sweaters. I'll just do all Christmas sweaters right now because that season for it. So I'll just list just Christmas sweater. So I'm not changing a whole bunch of item specifics here and there. I can just keep things the same, and I can just keep firing out, listing after listing after listing, instead of having to start over. Oh, we're doing a sweater. Okay, now we're doing a jacket. Oh, now we're doing a pair of pants or a pair of shoes. I just keep it streamlined.
Do you change? Do you take that stuff and put it aside for the season?
Yeah. Like I have. Did you see how much stuff I have?
Yeah, I saw the pile.
Yeah. No, but I mean, if you look here, let me show y'all. Like that right here, that's my hallway of just stuff.
Wow.
Wow. So I get to kind of choose and pick what I want to do. All right, we'll do some jackets today. We'll do some sweaters. We'll do some shoes or hats or pants or whatever.
Yeah, and that's like Tim. Like Tim was asking if I get bored of it. You just switch it up in that niche.
Of course, yeah. And you just that's exactly what I do. It's like, all right, like I want to get these Christmas sweaters up right now.
You have to, yeah.
Because it's the season. It's the perfect season. And I was gonna list them a little bit earlier, like into November, but I was like, well, let's get them I always feel like the newer the listings, the better the higher you rank instead of it getting old. So that's why I'm kind of like not waiting to the last minute, but waiting a little bit towards the end, right? Like, so people are looking for Christmas sweaters right now.
Yeah.
So if I pop it up as a new, it'll say like new listing or promoted listing. Mine will be at the top right now. Rather than if I listed these in September, they're already getting buried by everything else.
Yeah. Do you get any other holiday sweaters? Like, or you mainly try to stay with the Christmas? Like, do you do like Easter sweaters or?
I did some Halloween stuff.
Yeah.
Easter's more of a. I'm going for more of the ornate type stuff. Like, the women's stuff that you just pick up and it's like, oh my God, look at all the embroidery and. Like, people still like this. Like, people like my mom will go out and buy this stuff. But, I mainly focus. What I like to focus in on is I like to focus in on crew neck sweatshirts as well. So more for like kids, more for like, college kids or like, just like that Depop scene, that Grailed scene. Just a pullover sweater or a pullover hoodie. These Christmas sweaters are a little more specialized. Because I've got, let's see. I don't know. I got so much.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is a perfect example. This is a perfect example right here. Like, a polo Ralph Lauren, cable knit sweater. Well, this is a blank. Sometimes blanks do well. This is a University of Maine sweatshirt. And I like to pick up weird stuff too. Maritime Institute on a vintage Lee tag. So just stuff like this, more more cable knits, for that kind of that preppy look too.
That's cool.
So, and I tell you what, that stuff, again, it's I'm buying it at a lower cost, 50 cents a piece, but I'm selling it at $20, $25, $30. So, and that's just throwing it in a poly bag, slapping a label on it and sending it out.
You need some bubble wrap for those?
No, I don't need it.
I know two guys on the panel that can show you how to wrap those with bubble wrap and shrimp
No.
wrap.
I don't get crazy with my stuff.
I can't put anything in a bag without it protected somehow. Like Tim said, I can't put anything in a bag without protecting it somehow.
To me, it's like this. And I do it, and yes, there's sometimes I usually have like a $30 mark. So if someone spends $30 or more on a piece of clothing, I will wrap it up in like, a poly bag in a box type thing. But if it's just like, if it's a $20 sweater, I'm putting that sweater, boom, right in a poly bag, sending it out.
But all your dings come from the lower end people and the lower end stuff. That I almost cater more to the lower end than I do the better stuff, because the lower end ones they don't care. Like, they'll put a ding on your account for no reason because you didn't put a socket in, you didn't separate the sockets.
Well, with clothing, it's a little more. With used clothing, it's kind of like you're buying used clothing. So if there's if there's something a little bit off of it, it's like, and that's where you can be like, all right, here, let me send you a partial refund of $5, and they're usually happy with that.
Years ago, I had somebody give me a negative because I sold them 10 drill bits and I didn't wrap the drill bits individually. I get it because they're all individually shopping. So I get it, but I never thought that would ever happen.
So is the male version of a Karen a Ken?
Yes.
Okay. I love you, Ken. You're a nice guy. But I think that was a Ken that did that.
Yeah, I mean, you're always gonna have, what I have found out and through like kind of like talking with eBay customer service, if you get a negative, reach out to that person immediately and try to make it, like, hey, I'm sorry about blah blah blah. I saw this happen. What can we do to fix it? If they don't respond back to you, it's more of a likelihood that you can get eBay to remove that negative.
Yeah.
If you're trying to communicate, trying to facilitate a way of, taking care of the problem on your end. I've gotten many negatives removed just by doing that.
In close, I heard it's very hard to keep 100% feedback.
What do you mean, like 100% feedback?
So your feedback for eBay, your rating, you get 100 or 97 or.
Okay. I sell a lot of clothes. Anybody that knows me in here, I sell a lot of clothes. I don't have one negative off of a piece of clothing. It's all off of something else.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's usually my fault too. But I would receive a negative.
With clothes, you're better under promising and over delivering.
Yep.
Correct.
I bought a shirt off a fellow YouTuber. It was a wrestling shirt that I really wanted. And the pictures he took were absolutely shocking. And the description made it sound like it was on its last legs. And then I got it and I'm like messaging him going, dude, this is awesome. Like I was expecting it to be like, rubbish. And it was absolutely, it was an awesome looking shirt.
Yeah.
You see, Matt Romero said he got a shirt off Poshmark in a paper bag. He's like, bro, shipping's covered.
But
I'm dying.
Was that Krillin? Was that Johnny?
But you're correct there. Under promise, over deliver is the key to the game, bro.
Yeah, I do that. I put my shipping time at 3 days. I ship it out like that day.
Yep.
And whatever condition you think it is, move it down one.
Correct. Yeah.
And people say, oh, the item looks a lot better than you said. I mean, it's a socket. All I said was it has light chrome scratches.
And here's the thing too. If I run to someone that I sold a $15 sweater to and they're unhappy with it, you know what? Send it back. Send it back. I'll refund you and move on to the next. I don't get hung up in the, well, hold on, just send it back. If you're not happy with it, I'll sell it to someone else.
But once you make them happy, they come back.
It's all right. The tune changes pretty quickly with the threat of, I'll just send it back. It's like, no.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah, you put the ball in their court then,
I just had a case.
When they come back too, a lot of times they'll come back if you under promise, they come back,
Exactly.
And you get feedback that way, because a lot of times you don't get feedback. I wish eBay would change that. That's another story.
I just take what I get, if I get good feedback, whatever. I don't beg for feedback,
I've had my account since 2013, and I only have a little over 2,500 feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I have 2,700, but I don't know. I think when you ask for feedback, though, too, sometimes you're asking for issues.
Yeah.
I put a sticker on my on my packages, and that usually helps. And it's not like forceful. It just says we like to do the best we can. Could you please give us feedback?
Yeah, I learned this too from a friend. Just whenever you email them or message them, just say, we're a small family business, and just kind of.
Yep.
And that usually hits the heartstrings.
If they have one.
Right.
If they have one.
All right. All right, we're good.
Okay, I'm getting frustrated right now.
All right.
Hey, Gateway Pickers, thanks for coming in. It says they actually made up thank you cards, mentioning feedback, and then right on the back, minutes or two, mentioning the YouTube. I have cards myself, but I don't always put them in. To be honest, I always forget about it, man. like when I'm packing, I'm like mainstream packing.
Yeah, I used to do that, and it's like,
Oh man, these
That sounds intense.
I opened this bag, right, and I'm like, as soon as I opened, I was like, man, that smells a little different. I thought it was the caramel ones, but they're chocolate. I love chocolate. Don't take me wrong, but I just was expecting caramel. It's the story of my life, man.
what are you eating on? What are those rice cakes?
Chocolate rice cakes, though. Not that bougie regular rice cake stuff.
Too much plastic in the packaging of the product. Oh gosh, Mike. I assume he's talking to email. And that dude would have a heart attack if he got a package from Tim.
Yeah, right.
If he's complaining about that.
The best was when I had a woman message me and say, my fiance ran over your package with his car and it didn't break.
Jeez, man.
I was like, that's it right there. That's the one. I'll never forget that. I'm surprised the fiance didn't send me a message thanking me.
Yeah.
He's the one that ran it over. He would have never heard the end of that.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Oil seal.
There we go.
You even got Star Wars sweaters out there.
They got Star Wars everything these days, man.
I pick up anything. It'll sell.
I've moved on to video editing. I know it's late. I can hear my roosters crowing.
No bad appearance today.
No. That was a one-off, thankfully.
The last time I seen you on, you had the horses out and the cows were out.
And that's the roosters going off. That's all I can hear in the.
All I can think of right now when we're having this conversation is the scene from Mighty Ducks 2 where the cowboy hockey player starts talking the whole thing and he gives like this speech about, ducks flying together. And he says, when the roosters are crowing and the cows are doing this and this and that. I love Mighty Ducks. Best trilogy movie of all time. There's no greater trilogy than Mighty Ducks.
Oh.
I thought I saw it. I saw something Mighty Ducks here a while back. I forgot.
Now, let me tell you, if you find that old school Mighty Duck stuff, that stuff sells like crazy.
Yeah.
The toys and that, yeah.
Like, there's been plenty of times where I almost bought the Mighty Ducks jersey for myself. Not like the not like the professional hockey team one, but like the actual.
Yeah. Have you been in those stores in the mall before that have like all that kind of stuff? Like they got the Mighty Ducks jersey, they got like the Water Boy jersey, like they got
like a Hot Topics.
Yeah, something like that. I went in one recently. It was all sports stuff, man. It had gosh, what was that? I was just thinking of it too. It had even like sitcom jerseys.
Somebody's on the board.
That's me. Accept an offer.
Oil seals. I got some serious stuff going on. Joe Deal said he used to watch Biodome.
Biodome is my movie, dude.
Biodome.
I love Biodome. And that was when Pauly Shore was on fire. Son-in-Law, Biodome, Encino Man. Stop squeezing the juice.
Whatever happened to him?
Who knows?
Yeah.
About the same as Brendan Fraser. He's just dropped off the planet too.
Man, Encino Man was crazy. Think about that. Pauly Shore, Brendan Fraser, and Rudy all in one movie. I can never remember his real name.
Sean Astin
Kutcher?
Sean Astin.
Is it just Sean Astin? He's not a law firm name?
Yeah, Sean Astin. Yeah, it's funny. I was telling some of the young guys at church the other day about Encino Man. They were talking about like crazy movies like that. I was like, "Yeah, have you ever seen Encino Man?" They're like, "What is that?" I
Dude, that's a must-watch movie.
It's like, I said, dude, that's pretty funny.
Everybody should have seen Encino Man at one point in their life. That's the fun thing about dating. When Josie's younger than me, it's not fun for her because she gets angry when I do it, but it's fun for me where I'm like, oh yeah, you're too young to remember that. You should, like, she gives me the evil stare, and I'm just like, oh, my bad. I love you, but this was before your time.
Encino Man.
What are you eating?
What?
What are you eating over there? Was that candy?
Nah, it's not candy. It's Rice Crisp. My Duke says, "What's up, guys?"
Hey, my
What's up,
dude.
my dude?
Oh, I'm doing good. And you?
Oh, we're doing well.
Good. No, they're chocolate. No.
She said, no, they're chocolate. No.
I like
That's what happened to the caramel.
I actually got these from Josie's house. She had a whole box of them. I thought they were all caramel. Right now, I'm really upset because I uploaded all these pictures to my Google Pictures, but not all of them downloaded. So now I have to like go back and re-download the ones that didn't download. It's blowing me.
Oh boy.
Let's take some pictures. We're almost halfway done to these sweaters.
There you go, Cernak. You know what my football coach used to tell me all the time? I remember some kid would always be like, but coach, I almost had him. And coach said, son, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Right?
And that has stuck with me for my entire life.
Yeah, that's an old saying there.
Yep.
What are you building over here on the dryer, Timothy? A tower?
What you talking about?
Got serious there. That's not the full name, Timothy.
Yeah, that's what you
No
do.
middle name, so you might be okay. You know.
Well, first of all, the boxes are yours. They're your books.
I know that.
And the rest is newspapers that I haven't transferred into the garage yet. Don't worry, Mom. One of these days, I won't have to come here every day and work.
I don't mind that. It's just,
Mom, just don't touch the bubble wrap.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to track and see when that big bubble wrap is coming.
we're always waiting for the bubble wrap.
Yeah.
You need to do a show with Mom. She sounds funny.
Oh, there's plenty of videos of us on my channel. I'll tell you the best performing video that I have that literally gets like 20 to 50 views every single day is the video of me and my Dukes cleaning Pyrex.
That was a good one, yeah.
Tim,
Hey Dan, how are you?
Tim, she watched the video of you at that house we were at.
Yeah.
With all that glass. I was like, your mom would have been freaking out in there with all that stuff.
The funny thing was, before I left, she was like, "Don't forget, if you see anything for me."
I've yet to go into another sale that I've ever seen that much glass at. Not at a house.
Well, I'll tell you, there was one estate sale that Josie, myself, and my mom went to, and it was
Epic.
It was epic, yeah. So the sale was so large that they had to do it over 4 days for 3 weeks in a row.
Jeez.
Good Lord.
So the woman whose house it was worked in the estate sale industry. So I guess she had been, stockpiling stuff for years. I mean, like each room had its own like thing.
Yeah.
So like they had a bedroom, upstairs bedroom that was literally nothing else, wall to wall Christmas stuff.
Jeez.
I mean,
Well, she was a hoarder because when she would finish the estate sales, what didn't sell, she would bring home.
Yeah.
She had like under one table, she must have had 20 of the most beautiful lamps, table lamps you've ever seen.
Mm.
and you name it, she had linens, jewelry. She had 2 huge living rooms. She had an addition on her house. I guess it was just like she made into a second living room. It was unreal. I mean, everybody I ever knew that went to estate sales, they were telling me about it. I said, "You were there?" They go, "Hell yeah!" And then when people would stand there, and as you would pick stuff up and buy it, they'd pull a box out and start loading up that space that you'd made, so that they could keep unloading.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
It was crazy. It was crazy. I made out with so much stuff.
We went twice. I went twice. Yeah. You guys went all the time. You went 4 days or something.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Crazy, man. Yeah, that house that we went to, it was all glass and books. Like, I mean.
Yeah, and the thing that was interesting about that too was that the one that me and you were at was that it was like everywhere. Like you had to like really look high and low because the woman had like displayed everything like in the like rafters of her ceilings.
Yeah. Everywhere, man. Like I literally described it to a friend of mine here. I was like, man, I said it was literally like the downstairs, every wall and shelf had glass on it.
Yeah.
The upstairs, every wall and shelf had books on it, like books stacked everywhere. Did you even go upstairs?
I didn't. I never went upstairs. I didn't even really think about that, but yeah, I never went upstairs.
Yeah, I think it was nothing but books, man. I mean, books stacked on top of books on stack of books. I was like,
I was definitely I went in every room probably 20 times. Like you have to do that with estate sales like that because there's no way that you can see everything at first, you know? So like my technique is what I do is I go in and I grab what I see immediately with my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like the stuff that I know is like, that's it. Winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back and then kind of like scour over things because the thing is like, you want to, in that case, it was a little bit different because there wasn't like, you know, it wasn't a house full of people. Yeah. But like when you go into those estate sales where there's like a line and stuff like that, like you don't have time to be flipping things over. And
that's how I'm at yard sales, man.
People are savages too, as my Duke says. I've had people steal my stuff from a holding table before.
Have any of you guys ever been into an estate sale or a house and feel like the house is going to cave in because there's so many people in it?
Oh yeah.
I was in a house.
Right.
I was in a house up in Rhode Island, and I don't know why they let like 150 people in this house. I was actually afraid. I was like, I grabbed my stuff and I was like, I'm out of here because I can hear the floor. I can hear people walking up the floor. No.
Yeah, I've been into some crawl spaces that were super sketch for sure.
Dude, the barn at that place where you guys took the stairs. I was up there in the top of that barn crawling around.
Me and Ken were like, I don't know.
I was sitting there thinking, I was like, dude, if I'm up here crawling around, you guys ain't got no problem, man.
Yeah, but if you add all three of us at one time, that's a different story.
That's what I'm saying. I'm at a house and there's 70 people on the second floor looking in bedrooms.
Yeah. I've seen a deck collapse like that.
Yep.
Hey, Uncle Rico.
That's my man, chubby Uncle Rico.
Yeah, man. Hey, I forgot to tell you, Tim. So after we went there, I asked the guy, I said, hey, did anybody get back in that barn? Did they find anything good in there? Dude, there's somebody that found 3 blow molds up there in the top attic that were apparently buried.
Really?
2 Santa Clauses, like Empire Santa Clauses, like 30 some inches, 36 inches. They're like $100+ a piece. And a Popeye. That Popeye is like big money. I was like, I said that thing must have been underneath, buried somewhere.
All right. So I fixed that dilemma.
Joe Deals, what are you talking about, bro? You heard in one of them freaky cults, you know, where people dance naked and want you to drink special punch.
Oh, man. Those were the fun days, man. I used to love going to parties like that. I don't remember what this is called. It's called. What is it called?
I'm down to the oil seals. Fun stuff. Oh, biodome quote. There you go. There you go. I was like, what is he saying? Yeah, gotcha. I was like, man, is he in another chat? Like, you typed in the wrong chat. Oh, let's see. Where are we at? $20 in. 20 in.
All right, let's see. All right, I got about 25 sweaters already done. Oh,
And you rolling.
yeah.
That sounds like my homeland.
Right?
I ain't been. I was supposed to go there this September. Hey, Dan.
Oh, my sister and her husband have been there. Ireland.
I was supposed to go to the Notre Dame game in Dublin this year.
Oh wow.
But then, you know, somebody decided to eat bat soup.
Yeah, that's put a kink on a lot of stuff.
I'm not gonna lie though. When in Rome, somebody gave me a soup full of bat, and I wasn't in DC, I'd probably eat it. But if I was in DC, I'm not. I'm good. I'm gonna go to McDonald's dollar menu. I swear to you, McDonald's, man. Look, McDonald's is good. It tests your awareness skills, right? Like it keeps you on your toes, because the way they be manipulating their menu, man, you gotta like really be on top of it, because like you can't just go up there and order the same thing you always order, right? And then you look at the board and you're like, nah, this was $7.42 yesterday. Now you telling me it's $8.39? Like, what's going on here, man? Y'all fluctuating y'all prices on them small fries, man. I don't like that.
You never heard of Flex Pay?
Yeah, man, I don't know. I've heard of Flex Seal. That's the black tape stuff you put on your boat, and like, you know, they wish they had in the Titanic.
Yeah.
So they're going to do it like Uber and have peak rates. So it's peak time now. The fry price has gone up.
I know, but it be like that too. Like you go to like Chevy Chase, like, and you order some food at McDonald's, it's more expensive than if you go like to the hood and you got to order it through the Bulletproof.
You have to go to Taco Bell like going.
Man, I've been to some McDonald's, you can't even go inside. Like they don't let people inside the McDonald's.
Before COVID.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these places, they're like, oh, well, we're good, man. We've been plexiglassed out for like the last 20, 30 years, man.
Right.
I was in New York one time, and the same thing. I'm like, I'm trying to open up the door, and they're looking at me. They're like, go around. There's a window. Okay.
Man, yeah, I've been in some. When I lived in New York, I went to some pretty sketchy places, man. And especially from being from around there. I'll never forget one time I got off the train in Fort Greene, and literally I walked up the steps. As soon as I got out the steps from the subway, well, they don't call it the subway there, they call it the train or whatever. As soon as I got up the steps from that, it was like all I could hear was somebody shouting from the car, "What size shoe you wear?" I was like, oh nah. I looked around, I was like, oh man, this is like real life projects. This ain't like no like suburban ghetto. This is the real life projects I'm in right now. And my boy, he went to this art school in Brooklyn, and they literally put this art school in smack in the middle of the hood. And they just built like a 14-foot steel fence around the campus in the middle of the projects. But like I would go there all the time because we would go to this little bar. What was the name of that bar in Fort Greene? It was called like Gardens or something like that. And I tell you, when I was living in New York, it was wild. Like I'm surprised I made it out of there alive. Like I was 18. I was just coming into my own as far as an addict. You know what I'm saying? So it was like a playground. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just nobody was IDing nobody. You know what I'm saying? I was just buying shoes, chasing women, and drinking. Like it was crazy. It was, and I was 18. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought I was living like a rock star until like money started running out, and I couldn't find a job, and I had to go to the laundry mart, and you spend $5 to wash your clothes, and then another $5 to dry them, and then you open up the dryer and it's not even dry, and you got to spend another $5 to really dry your clothes. And they don't tell you those things in high school. You know what I'm saying? Like when things get real rough and you're like, well, I'm living in a place that I've never been to in my entire life, and I don't have a job. My mom's not sending me money. You know what I'm saying? My brownstone burnt down. Like, I mean, it was a real deal, man. New York, they you know what they say, man? What do they say? If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Okay, Steve wants to know McDouble versus double cheeseburger. Okay, always go with McDouble.
Well, it's the McDouble. I think you get one piece of cheese. With the double cheeseburger, you get 2 pieces of cheese.
Yeah. So what I do is I always order a McDouble, no pickles, add Big Mac sauce. And then I get a hot and spicy McChicken with it. So you get the 2 sandwiches for $3. And then depending upon the fluctuation of the small fry prices, I get the small fries. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I always get the McNuggets. And it depends, because sometimes a 4-piece McNugget is more expensive than a 6-piece McNugget. That's why I'm trying to tell you about how McDonald's make you keep you on the toes. You know what I'm saying? So, and I got a routine to how I eat my McDonald's. So depending upon if I'm like on the road or if I'm like got time to like sit in the parking lot and eat, but I always eat the small fries first. Then I eat the chicken nuggets, right? But then you can't eat the chicken sandwich after the chicken nuggets. You gotta like throw in the McDouble after the nuggets. So you go chicken, burger, chicken. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a method to it.
I can't.
Dude, that's exactly how you eat it. Like, seriously, no lie. That's exactly how I eat it too.
Oh man, yeah, McDonald's is horrible. I will tell you, I went like 2 or 3 years without eating McDonald's after I saw Super Size Me. But then I grew up and I became poor and I had no choice. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be honest, and none of us is making a really, you gotta eat McDonald's every once in a while. I can't, there's nights where I go out, you know what I'm saying? I use my connections and I go get a nice dinner for me and Josie. But 7 out of 10 times I'm swindling my meals for the day, I got this for free. You know what I'm saying? I come to my Duke's house, I'd be like, hey, my Dukes, what you got in the fridge? You know what I'm saying? Then I go home, take a shower. I go to Josie's house. Josie's mom be cooking some real good food. You know what I'm saying? So I eat a little bit of that. And then I wake up in the morning. I usually eat breakfast at 7-Eleven. You know what I'm saying? I get right now. Right now, I don't know if y'all been to 7-Eleven lately, but 7-Eleven has upgraded. They got the they got the espresso bar now. Like I make my own. I call it the Timmy Turner, right? So I do either 1 or 2 double shot espressos, and then on top of that, I do the latte. So like in essence, it's like 6 shots of espresso. And then I add a little French vanilla and then a couple packets of sugar. And then they got these cookies. You can get 6 cookies. And then they're fresh too. They're soft. Not just soft, I mean on the inside. They're soft on the edges too. With that just enough crunch to kind of, give you the contrast and textures. And then
so is there diabetes in your family or
what's that?
Is there diabetes in your family? Because
I'm probably dying inside more ways than one right now, but I'm living life. I don't believe in I try not to go to the doctor unless it's an absolute emergency. Because I got too much stuff to worry about bad news.
Yo, Tim, you're right. People sleep on 7-Eleven now.
It's upgrade, man. Like, think about that. That drink that I just described to you cost me like $1 to $2 at 7-Eleven. I go to Starbucks, that's like a $10. I don't even know what they call them. I'd be feeling weird in Starbucks because I'd be like, let me get a large, and everybody in line kind of gasp and look at me like, what's wrong? I ordered a large. They're like, sir, that's a grande? And I'm like, what do you mean it's a grande? It's a large. You got small, medium, large. We're not in Italy. Y'all definitely not serving me Italian coffee. Y'all serving me this over roasted, you know what I'm saying, corporation garbage, in a cup with a fancy size name. No, I'm good.
Yeah, Dan the Ants Man he just said about Chick-fil-A cookies. Do you guys have we've got Christmas ads obviously at the moment, like everywhere, but Subway is actually pushing for their cookies to be what you leave out for Santa because Subway cookies are the best, which
I'm not gonna lie, Subway got some good cookies though.
They're all right, but I don't know whether they're the top of the they're the top ones.
I mean, just think about it. Let's have a serious conversation here. What I mean, there's cookies, right? Like there's a wide range of cookies.
Depends on how long they've been sitting there, how fresh they are.
That's good too. And then, let me tell you,
they're overcooked or undercooked. Like
exactly. And then sometimes, I get it depending on the season. Like I get cookies, I leave them in the car. I come back to the car later that day. I'm like, oh, I still got one cookie left. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's cold and then it's hardened a little bit, but it's still soft on the inside. And then if it's really hot and it was hard to begin with, now it's a little softer. So, you got to utilize the car temperatures and the outside world elements to your advantage when it comes to eating cookies.
So you're rebaking a cookie.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then look, sometimes you have some chocolate in your car and it's 90 degrees and then you're upset. But you bring it inside, throw it in the freezer. Problem solved. You know what I'm saying? Like, never give up on a situation is the moral of this story.
I'm not laughing at you, Tim. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. You're cracking me up right now.
It's all truth. That's why.
I used to have my own Subway. Like I had it for almost 9 years. So I can attest to you, man. The cookies, like there's an art to that.
Oh yeah.
I like mine a little gooey. So like I kind of underbake a little bit. That's what I would do.
That's the smart way.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can always get a little bit more heat to it, but you can't. Once it's done, it's done.
I think that's a fundamental difference between the Australian biscuit and the American cookie, though, because our biscuits are generally a lot harder and tougher.
Yeah.
So ours are more inclined to be biscuits, but biscuits in your world is a very different thing.
Yeah, I love biscuits, rolls.
But biscuits for us are hard cookies.
Hard.
they're cookies.
Like crumpets. Crimpets. What do they call them?
No. Just exact same thing as a cookie, but just a hard version. That's what we call biscuits.
Like
So
a biscuit, like a cookie. When I think of a cookie biscuit, I think of like a biscotti or a Lorna Doone, like something like a cookie that I would dip in my coffee.
That's what
Just
they
like
have.
we have like chopped chip biscuits and things like that.
Yeah. And when you bite into them, like you better have your teeth intact.
Right?
Nah, you got to soak them a little bit. Get them a little coffee action.
But yeah, dunking in the tea, yes. Tea and biscuits.
Yeah, I brought my buddies over from India here. They had never been to the U.S. Dude, when they tried cookies here, they were like, "Oh my gosh!"
I used to have this dude, my man who I grew up with, right? His name was Obed. He was from Pakistan. And his cousin came to visit from Pakistan. His name was Shaolin, like Wu-Tang Shaolin. And man, this dude was a wild dude, bro. He would just walk around with Marlboro Reds around his waistline. Like, I was like, man, what is going on here? And he would just chain smoking. I was like, dude, we're like 16. And this guy is like, in Pakistan, 16 is like 47. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a different level, you know? He's been through it already. He's experienced life in a nutshell.
Yeah, those guys, man, can't sit out at in-house eBay support. It's true, man. Hey, I've learned to be able to talk to those guys a little bit because I can understand that stuff. That broken Indian accent. I got it.
Okay, I'm going to be back. I have to run to Target real quick and see if they're stocking Prism football cards. And I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
All right, cool.
All right. How do I do this?
I can get
Sleep.
you there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that.
You straight. I tell you the bad thing though, when you're around those guys, like when you stay in India, you start picking up that accent. It's funny, man. You start talking that broken.
And then you come back home and you get on the phone and people think you're calling from a call center.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. No.
All right, I'm done with sweaters. Whew. Power through that.
Oh man. Oh, Tim. You know what it was? He got hungry, dude. He had to go hit the. He had to go.
Right.
He's like, man, I've been talking up this McDonald's. I got to roll.
He made me hungry.
We've got to hang around now and see if he comes back with Macca's.
Oh, he was cracking. I had to let him know. I'm not laughing at you, buddy. He was cracking me up.
Nah, Tim speaks the truth on some of that stuff, though.
It's funny, man. Hey, remember back in the day when what was it, Hardee's or Burger King used to do 5 for $5?
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to kill that too.
My new thing, dude, I tell you what, my new thing it's been Wendy's. I'm telling you, Wendy's, the 4 for $4. Oh, that's like the best deal anywhere right now.
I used to do the Biggie Bag.
Yeah, I did, but dude, the bacon, the junior bacon cheeseburger, it's like the most like unrivaled, like bang for your buck type burger.
Yeah. Yeah. Wendy's 4 for $4.
Tracy's wanting it now. I sent you a message, Tracy, about a conversation that you're having the other day in your live feed. My name got brought up in a positive way. It rarely happens.
Damn, that's been a minute right there, man. Burger King used to give out free popcorn.
Free popcorn?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this up.
Dude, we're getting a cookout. I don't know. You guys don't know cookout, do you?
I do.
Leroy does.
Yeah. I don't like them.
Y'all have cookout where you're at? You don't have it, do you, Tank?
What cookout? Like what kind of cookout? What?
It's called Cookout. It's a restaurant. It's in.
Oh no,
Oh,
but
no,
it's
I've
mostly
never
college
seen
towns.
that.
It's a chain, right?
Yeah.
No,
It's
I've never
mostly
seen
college
that.
towns, but we're getting one. We're actually getting a Target and a Cookout, like same place. Mike, that's where it's going to, right in front of Target. So
What's a cookout though?
dude? It's a tray of food. Like you order your food by the tray, right? So you get a burger. They've got about 5 different styles. I might have to pull up the menu now, just so you can know. What I like from Cookout, dude, you guys know what cheer wine is?
Yeah, I know what that is.
Dude, they have cheer wine float at Cookout all the time. That's like the stuff. Yeah, Mike, it's going in front of where Kmart used to be. I'm gonna take you on a little tour of Cookout. So they look like this. It's all drive-through. Like very rarely, occasionally somebody will have one that's like standalone, like you can go in and eat. See how they do the Cookout tray there? So Cookout trays, you can get one and a junior, like any of those as your main meal. Then your 2 sides, they do more than fries in your drink. They have tons of shakes. Their shakes are, but this is what I like. Like they have this Cookout style, which is like North Carolina style hamburger, chili, slaw, mustard, onion. Then they have cheddar style, cheddar, cheese, bacon, grilled onions, mayo. Out west, barbecue sauce, bacon, mayo, pickle, onion. Or steak style, which is what I always get. A1 sauce, grilled onions, lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise.
That looks dangerous, bro.
So when you get a tray, dude, like this tray right here is like $5.99, dude.
oh, jeez.
For 1 burger, 2 sides, and a drink. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But then you get down here to floats. That's my go-to right there. That's sheer wine float. And they have like the Cajun style fries too. They're
So
good.
it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of it sounds like a North Carolina Five Guys almost.
Yeah, we have 5 Guys here too, but like this is like a drive-through pretty much. My man said Cookout's overrated. Honestly, I'll tell you this, Lester. It depends on where you go. Like I've had good Cookout and I've had not as good Cookout. Kent said it's called Checkout from a Culinary. But kind of like their thing is, it tastes like grilled hamburgers, like you threw on your charcoal grill. That's what it tastes like to me. They're usually in college towns because they're cheap like that, so people load up. Dan, we're gonna have to get some cheer wine out your way.
Yo, cheer wine's good.
Yeah, I'm down for cheer wine. It's kind of like cherry cola, but it's different.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
it is Lester. It's a North Carolina place. That's where it started. But I mean, they got them in South Carolina now for sure. Virginia, like you see them around.
Oh my goodness, I got so many sweaters. God dang. Now I'm gonna do crew necks now.
Tank, have you seen that thing where I was watching that guy, that Tekken sports guy?
Yeah.
Dude, have you seen that that measuring stick thing that he has?
I have. No, I have. It's cool. I mean, I've got mine set up the way. I mean, I use just the measuring tape.
Yeah.
To where and yeah, I thought about maybe getting one of them sticks, but I mean it's cool. You know, I like it.
Ken's got it.
Yeah, resellerruler.com. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, man, that's kind of unique.
I just haven't gotten one yet.
Yeah, I don't do enough clothes to mess with one myself, but
that's
seems
I
like
mean,
it would save time in a way, but
I can see it saving time. You know, I mean, I just have my tape where I just, I already flat lay everything anyway. So I'm just like, boom, and boom. I mean, I guess laying it down and all that stuff, but I just, tank tool belt. I mean, if you wanted to, like, if someone wanted to, they could make, like, they could definitely do, like, 2 yardsticks and glue them together.
Yeah, I've seen what he did. Like, it looks like he, like, routed the center out of one.
Yeah.
And then just put a, like a wing nut there in the middle.
Exactly.
I'm going to step out for a little bit, guys. I'll be back.
All right, Leroy.
All right, bro.
Dan just ordered some cheer wine. Hey, get you some cheap vanilla ice cream in the cheer wine. You won't be disappointed. Little cheer wine float action.
All right.
Hey, Sean. There's a man that knows about a cookout.
All right. Let me go upstairs real quick and get the kids situated for school. I'll be right back.
All right.
There's no one else left.
Yeah. They're talking about that resale ruler. I thought that thing was cool. I've got a bunch of yardsticks myself. I thought about like rigging one up.
Oh, that cross one. I just don't have the table space to actually lay it out and do it.
I usually flat lay on the floor a lot of times, if I'm doing it.
I do that when I'm taking photos of pants and all that. Yeah, I do that.
Let's see how many more I got. I got 1, 2.
Leroy said, "You guys are making me hungry." He wants to stuff up. Hey, Lester had asked if anybody was selling makeup. I don't have any. Well, I have some that I had picked up, but
no, I don't mess with much makeup.
I found some at the 127, and I actually sold all the bronzer out of it, but I've got some other stuff in there. I'm not really sure what all of it is.
Yeah, you guys got to be so careful over there with like any sort of retail arbitrage or anything like that you can't, like, you want to put videos out and show things and all that, but at the same time you don't want to give other people ideas, so you got to sort of keep stuff to yourself.
Well, it's kind of like a double-edged sword for everybody, because if I put it out there to too many people and then it gets tanked, then you've bought a bunch on my recommendation, and now you screwed yourself, you screwed me. You know, all the way around. It's not a good scene. So RA, I don't talk about it too much unless it's, you know, like something that is kind of a one-hit wonder. Like everybody's talking about PS5s and Xbox X's. Like everybody knows, hey, if you find one, good job. Like Tim's going to get those football cards. Like, dude, I would have to like camp at my Walmart and wait for that person to come up with a van. I literally,
I have never ever seen any of those cards at any of my Walmarts or Targets or anything like that out here.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. Certain people do. I mean, like there for a while, Rev Resale, man, he was killing it all the time finding them. And then, but like where I'm at, I know now what happened because I showed up one Thursday morning before mine opened. Right, I'm sitting in the parking lot. I'm looking around. There's like 3 guys sitting in the parking lot too. I walk in. I beeline straight for the card rack. Those guys are right on my tail. And it got up there. We had a little bit of stuff, but yeah, it's one of them things you're looking like, oh, I know what happens. And then the lady at the register says, yeah, the employees buy them as soon as she puts them out.
Yeah.
I'm like, geez. So that's before I can even get in the store. But,
so well, see, I've been doing a lot of RA at Gabe's. I don't know if you have a Gabe's down your way, Eric.
Nah.
I think they have a few in North Carolina. I don't know where they're at, but it's not as big as Ross or Marshalls or TJ Maxx. So I can find stuff there that is like nowhere. So my RA is decent there. Because I tell you,
I did a retail arbitrage video of a hardware chain here, like a big one like Home Depot, and I was sort of a bit worried about putting that out. And then I went to a few other ones in bigger cities, and they had none of the stuff that I'd picked up really cheap. So I thought, oh well, there's no harm in it now, because anyone that doesn't live in a small country town is not going to find the leftover stuff that I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put some out RA when I did our Kmart closed here, and it was like the last Kmart in North Carolina. So I got a bunch of RA out of there last year. Yeah, or well, early in the spring, right before COVID. But it's stuff no one else could get. I mean, the place was closing. I got like hand lotion, 15 cents a pop. So
I did a big our Kmart closed here about 2.5, 3 years ago, and I went through there and just demolished it, you know, and I made a bunch of money.
Yeah, that's what I do with mine.
Yeah, Lester, you can find stuff at Gabe's, dude. You can find stuff at Gabe's you can't find anywhere else. Like these right here, these little bicycles, $3.99 a piece at Gabe's. All right, these sell for anywhere from $20 to $25 online.
Nice.
So
nice.
I have a guy in Ohio. He doesn't deal, you know, he doesn't mess with toys or anything. He does shoes and stuff. We find shoes at Gabe's, but he bought all of the ones that he found. So he has like 70 of these coming to me. That should have been here last week, but it's like stuck in the mail somewhere. So I'm just waiting because I'm already sold out. I sold over 70 of them in like November.
Oh, Sean said there's one in Fayetteville, North Carolina. That's down near where he's at. Probably about 45 minutes, I think, from him. 30, 45 minutes. Hey, Raj. Good to see you, bro. That's one of my buddies from India right there.
Just getting mail done so I can go to the thrift store first thing in the morning and get home.
Lester, where are you at in Virginia? Are you in Hampton Roads area?
Yeah. Where is he at in West Virginia or Virginia? Because I'm close to Virginia.
Hey, how close are you to Kevin, Commonwealth picker?
See, now that's about an hour and a half, 2 hours
I got
from
you.
him. Yeah. But a lot of places he goes, it looks very eerily familiar. You know, I'm like, oh,
Yeah. I know he always talks about there ain't much sourcing going on out where he's at.
like sourcing as in like people sourcing, or
Yeah,
like,
he's just talking about like higher end stuff. He goes,
Yeah.
I find higher end stuff. Like he goes, I see a lot of people finding, you know.
I always say it's everything. It's everywhere. Oh, he's in Richmond. Okay, so Richmond's kind of far
Okay.
from me.
Yeah, that's between me and Tim. Richmond for us is probably about 3 hours and change.
So I'm just cleaning discs if you hear weird noises.
Yeah, I was wondering where it was going.
Oh, I hear my kid not doing school. Hold on.
Oh, I got you, Jason.
You gotta love homeschooling kindergartners. I said, "Are you doing school?" He's like, "Yeah, Dad. Why?" I'm like, "I hear you blowing a whistle." He's like, "Dad, I'm muted." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
My sister teaches kindergarten, man. She's like, it's been a crazy thing teaching online right now.
Listen, I tell you what. At the beginning, I didn't think the teacher was going to make it. I was like, "Oh man, she's in a world of hurt." And then all of a sudden, like, you know, about 2 weeks in, she got a grasp of it, and I'm like, mad respect to her, because I didn't think she was going to make it.
Stored treasure Deanna said something about if you have makeup that isn't allowed under health and beauty, you can list it under collectibles and still mark it outdated if you have outdated makeup.
Where's Jason? Where are you at? Are you in Maryland or something?
He's an hour from Commonwealth.
Jason, where are you at?
He's probably over in your neck of the woods.
Were you in like Winchester or something like that, or like near Winchester? Yeah, like if anybody local wants to come on by, you can come shop. Definitely, you know what I'm saying? Bargain basement prices, literally.
Well, I'll swing by there next week.
All are welcome.
Only a few from you, Tank. So maybe he'll come and shop in the basement.
Yeah, I'm down. I got people hitting me up all the time.
Print a shipping label without a sale. Does anybody know how to print a shipping label without a sale?
Without a sale?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't print shipping labels.
You can go in.
I've got a Dymo sitting over there in the box.
I mean, not through eBay. I don't like pirate shit.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of eBay, yeah. Hey, Jason said he lives out in the cut. Closest place you might heard of is Lexington.
Lexington.
Virginia.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Lexington, Virginia. Jeez, I didn't know there was more than one of them.
Yeah. Oh, Tim. I'm like, dude, you're sitting there looking at the screen. I'm like, what? Like, wait.
Oh, hey.
So what'd you get?
Nothing. Inside information. Inside information was no good. I'll tell you. So last Friday when I went there, well, I go to a couple of different spots, but Friday I know it's gonna stock. So, but there's like 10 of us there, so we have to split everything. I bought a box for $20, and I got home, listed it, and sold in 5 minutes for $100, and I paid $20 for it. It's crazy.
Wow. Oh, he said Lexington, and it's where VMI.
Okay.
But we all assumed you were doing a Macca's run. Did you get McDonald's as well?
No, I contemplated 7-Eleven, but I was like, I got to get back to listing. I only have so much time today. Because I gotta go pick up my car from the. I gotta pick up my car from the mechanic, and then I gotta go home and prep for tonight's podcast.
Yeah, that should be fun.
So let me ask you. I feel like I should be calling it something else besides the podcast. What do you?
I don't know. The show. It's the show.
It's a show, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's a show. You're on, you're on every week. It's a program. It's a show.
It's a program, right?
Which I put in the chat that one time. What y'all really need to think about is doing like just stripping the audio off of it after it's done and updated. Just strip the audio off of it and upload it to,
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're debating with distribution right now.
Gotcha.
Because Authentic uses he has a publishing distribution company for his music. And it's a really good deal, but they've kind of like implemented this whole like sort of new tax system, and it's kind of like sketching us out about doing that. It's a weird situation, but yeah, it is definitely something that's going to happen. It might even happen in this off season, but we'll see.
Yeah. Because I just think any more exposure that you can get out there
is good.
Just to draw people, back into the, back into like the YouTube show, with
Shoot. I hate when I forget to put things in description.
Sadly, that's mail done. 2 measly envelopes. You haven't been to my local thrift stores since Friday, so you like to sort of give it that little bit of time, just so then it's exciting again. There might be some good new stuff there.
See, that I used to have that thinking, dude. I literally can go every single day, and they're pumping so much new stuff through it. That's like, if you like, I always told someone, if they're in a bind, like if anybody ever gets a bind like out of sourcing or something like that, just come down here. We'll go up to the Mission Thrift Store and spend a couple 2-3 days, dude. If you just sit there and just wait for the new stuff to come in, just cherry pick it. Like, all right, this. It's ridiculous how much stuff is just coming in and rolling out so fast.
How much? Is it mostly like clothes or what? Because I never really asked you that before.
It's everything, bro. It's everything. It's clothes. They bring up these huge gaylords just filled with stuff, and they just put it out on front, and you just make boxes. They're like, fill a box for $3.
Jeez, man.
So like, what about like glass and stuff like that?
It's random, it's just random what they drop off. They just bring it up and they just put it out. Drop off, bring it up, put it out. So Bluegrass wants a mystery box of shirts. Yeah, I can make you a mystery box of shirts. That's all shirts down there, like on that row right there.
And then do y'all deal with any of that? Return pallets or storage units?
I did storage units back in the day, but I was doing it before the show came out. So when the show came out, it really it killed the industry for me, because then it was like there was no bargain to be had. People were paying $500 for a unit that used to cost $50.
Mm-hmm.
So it really took away the industry, in my opinion.
Yeah, they don't do many of those near me where I'm at. I'd have to travel.
Yeah, nothing like that for me.
I'm actually looking at getting into some pallets, but just to try it.
I'll tell you what, they opened up one of those bin stores in Virginia, and it has been an absolute chaotic mess.
Dude, the bin 5, that where's the story that did they open up? Did they open up multiple ones? Because they opened up one in Winchester, Virginia.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Crazy, but the line to get in is like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See, like me, because I've talked about buying, dude, you can buy a tractor trailer load for like $5 or $6 grand. A tractor trailer load. Like if you had a spot to throw up one of those, like even if it was a temporary, like do one of those 5-3-1, something like that.
Yeah.
Blow the stuff through. He said he used to do some of that.
But yeah, that bin 5 is a great deal, but people are camping out. There's then they tried to implement a ticket system, and that didn't work. So I haven't
thinking the time's worth it or not.
For me, I was really contemplating it, but it's like a 2-hour drive.
Yeah, it's 30 minutes from me, but am I gonna? I just can't see me sitting in line for 6 hours though.
Yeah.
You
could have made twice as much. Just
that's what I'm saying. Again, there are opportunities out there, but just for me personally, if I'm gonna wait there in 6 hours, I'm like, dang, I could be down here with my dev pile listing and
that's the problem I have anymore. Like with other means of sourcing, man, it's so crazy to think that, hey, look at Jacob in the house, man. Good to see you, bro. I ain't seen you in a while.
Well, this is what you were talking about in that chat the other day, Eric, that you're saying you'd rather just get these big lots in and work through that rather than taking all that time sourcing and.
Yeah. Time is money, man. Really. I mean, unless you're making a killing on YouTube, you know, like creating some content, standing in line for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Like that would be the other. I mean, it'd be fun to go one time, but like
I don't know, man. Those people down there, they're not like me.
Would you talk, dude? Hey, listen. If you cross into, you know, with the what I call the I-81 corridor, I will be your guide. You just call me up. I will come down there. All right, and I will show you the, you know, the ins and outs.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but Harry Tomato showed one the other day, and they brought out a whole bunch of new Gaylords and that, and the people basically just swamped them and just stuff all over the floor and all that. It's like, oh god.
Oh, I mean, I was reading their Facebook page, and the stories are just hilarious.
Yeah,
you would need to go there. Like, yeah, I would have to set up and go with some other people because I think I could probably hold back about 4 or 5 people if you get in there and get what you need.
Well, the thing is, like, they're only letting like 15 people in at a time.
Yeah, like they recently upped it to 25.
Jeez,
25 people at a time to shop, and then once one person leaves, they let another person in, and then just do it like that the whole time.
Mm.
I mean, if you wanted to do it right, you would have to go like a Saturday or a Sunday morning. I was thinking about it, but I was like, just sitting in line just didn't sit right with me. Yeah. But yeah, if I had other people, Tim, if you ever want to get an inkling to come down here and do that, just let me know. We'll camp out at like 7 o'clock in the morning, you know, out there because they open up at 9.
Yeah,
get there 2-3 hours early.
It's crazy. That's crazy.
You might have no. I mean, I think people are literally camping out.
Yeah,
like spending the night.
I think if it was me, I'd be like Dante. I like to fill a bag day. I reckon that's where you just can scoop up a whole bunch of stuff for, you know, like a quarter each or whatever, you know, what the price would be depending on the size. And yeah, that's where I'd live in that niche of just finding the stuff that costs you 25 cents and you're selling for $10 to $15 sort of thing. Like that's rather than dealing with all that craziness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so he thought he got the I-81 lockdown.
I keep reminding him though. He keeps using my term. I called him Fab Days before he did. I gave him that term, and now he puts it all over his videos. His Fab Days and all that. It's like that's my word for it, mate. Just one shout out in a video. That's. I said, take it. Just give me a shout out. I don't care. But the old Fab Day. If he puts out a shirt for it, then I'm going to lose my mind. If I see a shirt of his that says Fab Days on it, I'm going to.
Joey bought a vegan house. Good to see you, Jerry.
Apparently, very soon he's going to tell the story of why he's prison to profits.
Dude. This sold that home theater projector $265.
Nice.
Very nice.
Wait, so was Dante locked up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's gonna say, tell the story.
Go back and watch his early 2 videos. He tells the whole story.
Yeah.
Basically, he lives in South Carolina. You're on what do you call it? So like if you went in a store and you had a gun and you robbed a store, if I'm with you, I get charged with the same.
Accessory.
So that's what he got. He got charged for armed robbery.
That's a bit like that documentary on Netflix at the moment, Trial 4. That's how that guy got done. I think his mate did the crime and he was there. So it's like, well,
Dante said I weren't completely innocent in it, but I didn't have a gun.
Jail is no fun, man. I've been in jail. No fun.
I've been on the other side of the bars and they're doing some.
Yeah, my dad was a guard for over 20 years.
Man. But you know what? We can turn our lives around. here I am on YouTube,
Right?
you fine gentlemen,
There you
instead
go.
of out on the street corner
There you
pedaling
go.
away.
Well, one of the guys that he actually watched in prison ended up being a WWE wrestler for a while, so you
That's
can definitely
wild.
turn it around.
Hard Rock. You know what? This is what kills me about clothes, though. You always miss something that you don't see until you get home and
Oh.
start to take pictures.
Doesn't that? Then that's like a kick to the guts. Like this awesome item you find and all that, then you turn it over, and then there's like a rip or a like son of a.
I mean, I've gotten better at it, but I still I got this really dope excuse me, Hard Rock Cafe from Chicago's crew neck, made in USA.
What's wrong with it?
It's just got some spots like that I didn't. They're not like big spots, but they're spots. You know, like I didn't see them in the store.
Are they like dark spots or like dark spots?
Yeah.
So what I've been doing is I've been making a big old pile. I'm gonna do a bleach tie dye that like week where I just tie dye, bleach all this stuff and just sell it like that. Like just do a custom.
I mean, that's. I don't know if I have an. Did you guys hear that?
A little bit.
Okay. If you hear it again, I'm gonna have to mute myself for a while.
Well, I've actually got the roosters going off, and then I got the kookaburras are also going off like crazy outside.
The what? The what?
Kookaburras.
What are cooker barons?
You've
Cougars?
never heard of kookaburras?
What's
They're
that?
birds. Their call is like a laugh.
Like me.
No, it's, yeah, kookaburras. They
They
laugh.
sound like they like laugh like how?
I would probably Google it or look it up on YouTube. I mean, I can look it up on mine and play it.
Wow.
Kookaburra.
Okay. All right.
Sounds like Ma Dookie.
That's crazy, dude.
It's kookaburras. I did a video of that one time. I was showing off what I'd sold and all that. And then the video was titled "Who's Laughing at Me?" And then it's like I'm showing off what I bought, and then you can hear this laughing in the background. And then I'm like scanning around the trees, like because you could hear the kookaburras going off in the background.
Mm.
I don't think we have those out here in the Panhandle.
No.
I never heard of those either.
I think it's starting to be early morning out here now.
Sound like they were doing construction at Tim's house. My dude's got the hammer out. Oh, here we go.
Sounds like Woody Woodpecker.
You guys think you know all the crazy Aussie animals, and we just throw a couple more at you, and it's like, come on, now you're taking the piss. You're making this up. You've got an animal that like laughs at you. Yeah.
Mm. That's too bad. There's a bearing, but it has no number on it. And it's good shape, too. Doing there.
I might have to go play school teacher here in a bit.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. I might catch back up with you guys, but let me go do some teaching real quick.
I gotcha.
All right, later, guys.
Later.
At least you go, let me do some teaching real quick.
It's probably a different kind of teaching.
Jeez, it's so noisy out there. It's crazy.
Oh.
It gets to late enough that I may as well stay awake until my wife gets up, because if I dare try to go to bed in the last hour of her sleep, then I'm the devil. As long as she knows I was listening, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I know when she gets up because I get a message on my phone going, "Where the F are you?"
Out there in the back cave.
So I'm trying to get all my listings for Christmas and all that all up, and then get some Depop listings done. But at the same time, I'm also renovating in here and moving it all around and trying to create like a proper Depop wardrobe out that way. Just nothing but clothes, all back where the Frisbee shop used to be. So that's been in between doing other tasks. I've been slowly getting that done. I want to use, like the we call them baker's stands, but the racks you see on wheels.
Yeah.
I've got 2 of those in there, and one of the idea is that when you want to go in there, one of them pulls out, and then you can go in. So it's sort of, you can't, once everything's stored in there, you can't get in there yourself. You have to pull this rack out in order to go in there. So it's like a storage area. And it means no clothes out here. Like, this can all be just mainly the eBay stuff. I talk about it like it's far away, but literally it's like 5 meters to my left here. Like I could cut a hole in the wall here and I can get to it. Like it's right there, but it's just, or I could climb over it actually.
Oh, man. These rings are actually not bad.
Yeah, Joe Deals. I used to work. I was a packer at a grocery store, so that was my best. I could every night I'd bring home 5 to 10 boxes. So that was the one good thing about my, dead end boring job was I had unlimited access to boxes. You don't value access to boxes until you need one. You can't find any.
Sure, know. Yeah, I had to break down and buy boxes for like VCR units because I got tired of trying to piece a box together and all that kind of stuff.
So I was talking about another Chapman. Like a lot of the higher up ones don't believe in recycling boxes because like it doesn't look good to reuse boxes, and I think the opposite nowadays. Like people appreciate that you've actually reused something rather than buying something for just the purpose of shipping.
Yeah,
within reason, obviously. Like if it's like a box that would have been in the freezer or something like that, or had meat in it, that sort of thing, you don't use it. But
right.
For the most part, recycling is never a bad thing.
Yeah, as long as you ain't got stains or nothing on the box or anything weird like that.
Hell, back in the day of plastic bags and all that, I used to fish them all out of they had recycling bins at the shop, so I would actually fish out a whole bunch of plastic bags and I'd use them instead of bubble wrap. So I'd just scrunch a whole bunch of them up, and the amount of people that would say, "Oh, that's a great idea," to make use of them, and then they could use them for their own rubbish or whatever the case may be. So it sort of gave them an extra use along the way that they were padding for a box.
Oh, there you go. Gateway Picker said for repurposed boxes, look for a frame shop. They usually get rid of 24 to 30 by 30 for glass and other flats. Yeah, there you go. Because they're big enough, you could cut them and make them what you want them to be. Yeah, I've went ahead and broke down and bought the ones because I sell a lot of electronics. Like I actually shipped out two combo units yesterday, so I try to find those size boxes. But man, it's hard to find one that's like 18 to 20 inches, only like 4 to 6 inches, well 6 inches deep, like 12 inches across, something like that.
It was like when I was living in Canada and I was doing a lot of thrift shopping there, and I had a whole bunch of stock, so I wanted to send it all home. And the measurements for how the biggest box that could be sent was so precise and all that. So for about 2 weeks at Walmart, every time I was working, I'd sit there and I had a measuring tape with me to try and find one that was exactly the right measurements, and it ended up being a Eggo box. Was perfectly worked out to like exactly on the money, and it was like, there we go. Because I was working in the freezer myself, so I had easy access to them.
Back Alley Garage says it's good to have friends that use Amazon and give you all their boxes. Yeah.
Geez, this one's got a whole lot of really high listed comps and then a whole bunch of unsold like comps. So it's like, oh, I've got no information to work with here. They're all high, but people have listed it and never sold it. I think I'll go in under everyone else and hope to sell it. All 8 of them, not one sold. That's crazy. But for a single DVD, not one listing is under $50.
Hmm.
Oh, it's barmaid.
Man, they're doing some tile work upstairs. My mom been getting her kitchen redone, and like they fixed one tile. And when they fixed that tile, they chipped another tile. So now they got to take that tile and fix that tile, and it's like go right above my head. See, this is why I need my own warehouse. Oh man, I'm getting tired. Need more coffee.
Should have hit that 7-Eleven, huh?
Look, this is the thing. Like that's why I like iced coffee, so I don't mind. You know, there's like a medium of when your coffee. Like I like my coffee really hot, but then after like a couple of hours, it gets cold enough down here in the basement where it turns into iced coffee. Ooh, that's sugary. I see they've added some new okay, let me ask you this, Eric. What's your whole thoughts on the item specifics recommended situation?
What I wish it was more user friendly for the mobile. Like you're telling me it needs the extra specifics, like just pop them things up for me so I can look at it. Like because on the mobile when you click it, what does it do? It gives you this long list. Like, okay. Like I don't see the need for it, a lot of it. Like some of the stuff that you're looking at. Unless it's new. I mean, what's the purpose?
I just ignore it.
I've got 2 remotes that I just hadn't bothered to pick up that they're saying they've got to have it. They've got to have the information. And I was like, I just hadn't dug through my remote box to get that. But, I mean, if it equated to more sales, that would be good. But
yeah, but how am I supposed to know if that really matters?
Or how do you even know? Like, that's the thing. How do you even know? The item specific can be helpful, so you have more fields filled out other than someone else selling the same item. Yeah.
Well, it'd be nice, like if you scan the UPC, if that then actually brought up some of them.
Yeah, but half the time that stuff's wrong. Like it's not even like I see stuff. I've scanned UPCs and I'm like, what the heck is that? That's not even what I got here. Or like, somebody's listing's not right. That's what I see from time to time because somebody else has added the item specifics and they're not right.
Oh, I just saw your message, Glock 30, Tim. Technically, we're not tied with the Giants because the Giants own the tiebreaker right now. So, but yes, it was an epic evening last night. There goes the Buffalo hat.
He's pulling back.
Oh, I have to look this up. I don't know what this is.
Actually, for me, man, the Dolphins have had a great year because I didn't expect anything of them. So,
yeah,
that's how I'm like, when you don't expect anything and they actually do something, you're like, okay, that's good. It's like we were talking about earlier with your listing. If you're under promise, over perform. Like, that's kind of every year for me and the Dolphins. Hey, we're above 500 right now. We're doing good.
Just sold a Wedgwood ashtray.
Nice.
make sure I don't have it cross listed.
Man, I got some Japanese parts right here.
You know, waiting for that. Apparently, that cross-listing software doesn't work in Australia yet. So hopefully, once that comes along, I can take my 1,200 items from Depop and put them over to eBay.
Yeah, it's super clutch. It really has. It changed my whole reselling game for sure. And so I was doing a lot of Facebook Marketplace, but I got fed up with it. They take absolutely way too long to pay you.
There's
And it kills me. Like you have to wait. It's like
176 did recommend.
Yeah, I have like 290. It pops up and then it goes away and then it comes back.
I have 754.
Jesus.
I have 66 that are
I've only got
added
246
specifics
things.
required soon. I have 754 that say add recommended item specifics. I have 2 that say I basically gotta have them. I'm in red. Like they gotta get done. That's their roommates. All they need is a model. I'm just gonna go ahead and type the name while I'm thinking about it. It's like, dude, I have the. I mean, what more do you want from me here, boys? And to flip it, 359.
Whoop.
ESPN.
Something's happened on ESPN.
Saturday's game between Ohio State and Michigan has been canceled due to increasing positive COVID-19 cases at Michigan. That sucks for Ohio State because they have to play a certain amount of games to be eligible for the Big Ten championship and for the college football playoff. And they're like, I think that really puts them out. They're going to have to find somebody to play them. I thought that was really cool, but that Coastal Carolina BYU game, like that game wasn't on the schedule. It's just happened. Coastal Carolina won, man. That's awesome for them. I love stories like that. They've only been a Division I college football team for like 2 years.
Yeah.
And now they're like top 15 in the country, undefeated. Like it's crazy. I love stories like that. Did you see the shirts they had for the game? Some kid at Coastal Carolina made T-shirts for the game that said Mormons versus mullets, because a lot of the kids from Coastal Carolina, they all have mullets. And so, like, it's a playoff of the Notre Dame Miami game back in the day with the Catholics versus Convicts. Man, if you could find an original Catholics versus Convicts T-shirt, that's probably like a $500 shirt.
I imagine, dude. Those used to be the games back in the day.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm around the house for a second.
All right, bud.
I'll bring you back something. I'll show you something. I'll come back.
So what do you sell clothing-wise mostly on Depop?
What do I have up for sale or what actually sells?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess both.
A lot of athletic wear, like local sports jerseys and tops, that sort of thing, and jeans. Jeans is a good easy one to flip over, but yeah, like in terms of what actually sells, it's so hit and miss. There's no one category that dominates. I'd say overall probably just t-shirts.
So let me ask you a question. With rugby, right? Well, I see and I hear people say rugby jersey and rugby jumper. Is jumper just a term that is used for jerseys, or is there a difference between the two?
In terms of, there are two different sort of ones. There are like the very like the US have more the mesh ones, whereas like the basketball jerseys
it's like a polo. For like rugby, right? It's like a shirt.
Yeah, whereas the jumper ones, they can actually be like fully, because they're winter sports, so they're like a really thick, like jumper almost. So that's why people use that term. But it's still a jersey, or even for AFL, they actually get into the term Guernsey. Mm-hmm. So for AFL, it's it's just like Guernsey, a Guernsey. So. Just to confuse matters even more. But AFL is more like AFL jumpers. Like they're the ones that really use jumpers, whereas every other sport, it's jerseys.
Gotcha. My buddy played rugby in college.
In my state, it's actually rugby league is the dominant football. Gotcha. So it's a branch of rugby that's way better. Like I can't watch regular rugby. People say, "Oh, you like that rugby?" It's like, no. It's rugby league. It's like NFL meets rugby, because it actually has tackles, so it has downs, but it's still continuous play. But a player gets tackled, they have to get up and then play the ball, sort of thing. So you have downs, and then if you don't score within that, then you either got to kick the ball or hand it over. So it's very similar in that regards, and it's a lot different sport. And especially at the end of, like, normally during the season, we have 3 awesome games that are called State of Origin, which are our state, Queensland, versus the neighbouring state, New South Wales, and it's like a 3-match series. So they put it at the end of the season this year because of COVID. So we had back-to-back, like 3 weeks in a row was the State of Origin. So that was awesome to look forward to. In Queensland, we lost the last 2 years and we won it back this year. Like, it was a very tight competition.
Big part.
But we had going back to the mid 2000s, we actually broke a whole heap of records, and we won it 8 years in a row. New South Wales won it once, and then we won it another 3 times. So we won 11 out of 12 years.
Wow.
So it was a very, very good dominant period. I remember, like, the year that they actually came back and won it for the first year out of the 8, I was actually working in that freezer in Canada looking for the Eggo boxes. So I was checking my phone. I had my girlfriend was at her job where she could actually check on the computer. So she was sending me messages every like 5 to 10 minutes, giving me score updates because it was happening and I couldn't follow it. So, Queensland won that one, and I'm like walking around like, yeah, and no one had any idea what the hell I was happy about. But that was like my first Buffalo Bills game I went to. I wore my local football team, the Brisbane Broncos. I wore one of their jerseys, and so I'm walking around after the game and all that, and the guy walks up with a different team, but from the same competition, the Melbourne Storm, and they were actually in the grand final because this was Sunday in the US, so then it would have been Monday morning there, and the grand final for the NRL had been played Sunday night, so I hadn't even seen the score yet. And I'm like, "Did you guys win?" "Yeah, woo!" And like, people around us had no idea what we're talking about.
That's pretty funny. What about
it was so random to see another NRL jersey at a Buffalo Bills game? It was like, oh, that's insane.
Wild, yeah. What about cricket?
It's just coming into cricket season now, actually, which I sort of get into a little bit more the last couple of years because they have this thing called the Big Bash, which is actually like they play 20 overs. They sort of modeled it around a baseball game. So it's meant to be like 2.5, 3 hours. Yeah. And they're going for a lot more big hits. So they're going for the boundary, as we call it. So 4s and 6s.
Yeah, so because like you can some of those matches like they last like days, right?
Yeah, the 5 days for cricket tests. So yeah, they're the long ones.
I wanted to go watch a match when I was in St. Lucia, and I wanted to go watch a match in St. Lucia once, but
Okay.
it was happening at another island during that time, but it was like the East Caribbean cricket, the Caribbean cricket championships or something like that. But it's huge down there too. It's interesting, you know, those sort of sports that are they're worldwide in a sense, but in like very different regions of the world. It's intriguing to me.
Yeah, the West Indies are one of our greatest adversaries in cricket.
Wow.
This is my hat from when I was in high school, dude.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
That's probably, I don't know, Cernock, if somebody was selling that hat, how much do you think they could get for that hat? I would imagine that's probably close to like $150 hat.
Yeah, this thing's, man, back in the day here.
That's my record for a cap is $150.
Yeah.
And that was a rugby league cap.
Yeah, I think it says signatures right there.
Yeah. That's a really nice hat.
Yeah, signature. It's got it in the back too.
That's crazy. Crazy, man.
I was digging through some boxes the other day and I found that thing. Like some stuff that was in the back of our closet. Yeah, it does need proper restoration. For sure. That thing's been sitting in a box in my closet. Like, that's why it's like flat. Flattened out. Yeah, I was a Hurricane fan from way back.
Hopefully about 15 minutes my wife will be awake.
I gotta setting up tonight's stream.
What time are you guys on tonight, Tim?
7:00. It's going to be a fairly short episode, only an hour long, because
the football's on.
Yeah, because the Cowboys game is on tonight, and we try not to run into that because we end up losing viewers anyways.
Hey,
Elliot can do anything tonight.
You see a lot of those sports guys that talk. Like, how does that work with getting copyright strikes? Like if you were to show clips and everything, would they ding you on that?
There's some loopholes, but it's fairly tight. I mean, a lot of people that do it, they do it, and they're not worried about it because, I mean, it's more of a. I think you can do it as long as you don't show certain things, but we've done it a couple of times in season 1, but we're trying to stay away from it this time around.
Yeah, because like I watch, I'm into old school sports. Like when I was younger, like the NBA back when I was in high school, man, was like, late 80s, early 90s, dude. That's like, Jordan in his prime.
Yeah.
But even back like Dr. J and Magic Johnson and all those guys, like I was watching those guys when I was younger. But I watch a lot of those sports shows where they talk about those guys.
Well, as an person growing up in Australia and all that, I'm proud. I got to see Magic Johnson play, and I got to see Jordan play one time. That was basically what my US trip was based around, was getting to see Jordan in his final season, and then he got fouled out of the game.
How about my wife? Man? My wife, when she was in high school, so living in Carolina, you know, Jordan went to Carolina, Worthy went to Carolina, Brad Daugherty went to Carolina, all those guys. So
Sam Perkins.
When she was in high school, she went. The Bulls, the Lakers, the Cavs, and somebody else played at Carolina. Like they played a game at Carolina, she got to go. So she's got like a program from that has Jordan and Worthy and all those guys. And like they sat behind the bench, like, and it was like J.R. Reed and them. That's when J.R. Reed was in college. Like, it's kind of cool. I coached basketball at high school level for a little while, and I always had those kids. We always be talking about that stuff. I coached basketball and football. Those guys, man. When they came out with The Last Dance, a lot of those kids messaged me that I coached like years ago. They graduated now because they never believed that, like Jordan. They're like, hey, man, like they're always talking about LeBron better, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that was a really important series for letting people, you know, showing the younger generation how like crazy it really was.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's not a fair comparison. Like it really, like I was like, man.
I think it's good for the kids to also see something like rookie year Shaq.
Yeah,
like him coming out, just like, oh my lord, like this is just not fair. This guy's like a cheat code.
My uncle went to college with Shaq, man, and he was talking about like going to those games where he broke all them backboards and stuff in college. You know what's crazy is Shaq wasn't the biggest guy on his college team.
Yeah.
Stanley Roberts, man. Stanley Roberts was a giant. And they had Chris Jackson.
That was a crazy team.
I was like, man.
I remember being in a card store for my birthday and watching Shaq break the backboard on the TV live when it happened while we were in the card store for my birthday, like me and all my friends. It was just one of those things you never forget. It was because he did it like 3 times, and that time was the time when it like he didn't like break the glass, but like the entire like hoop just collapsed and just like
landed on him.
It was crazy.
So when you say Chris Jackson, is that the one that became Muhammad Abdul Rauf?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Yep.
Jeez,
Australia. I mean, basketball is huge in Australia too, man.
Yeah, y'all had LaMelo Ball for a little while, huh?
Yeah, and he's actually bought one of the teams.
Yeah. Well, he's got the money now. See, back in the day, before Jordan came out, like because I've always been like big time Carolina fan, and so I liked I liked all the Carolina guys. So when Worthy came out and went to the Lakers, like I like the Lakers, and then when Jordan came out, I liked the Bulls too. So I used to be like Celtics Lakers, man. That rivalry used to get me like heated. So Dude, when in the early 80s, when the Celtics beat the Lakers, I cracked the TV in my room with a pair of pliers. Like, it was, back in the day, when we had these old little TVs, you know, with the where you get the vice grips to turn your channel after you'd run them, broke the knob off of it. Yeah, I had the vice grips in my hand, like I turned the channel, I was like, clack, I cracked that thing like an idiot.
Back in the day, we used to get Saturday, like lunchtime ish. We'd get like the NBA game of the week, and the one like this is before the internet was a big thing or anything like that. And the game they happened to pick that week was the Malice in the Palace. So without having any pre-warning and all that, you're watching that, then all of a sudden it's just like, what the?
Yeah,
like that was like one of the most surreal moments in sports. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Dude's up in the stands. Like, what's going on? Hey, I showed you my TV, right? I showed you my TV in here.
I saw that.
What do you know about that?
Tim, is that older than you?
Wait. Let me see. Hold on. Sorry, I'm typing. Let me see. That TV?
Yeah.
That's probably about the same age as me. You say that's what, mid 80s, right?
Yeah, probably.
I was born in 84.
It's color, so it's definitely a little newer. The first one I had was a 13-inch black and white. That's the first one I had of mine.
Eric, I got you a present.
Oh, yeah. Oh man.
Yo, Tracy, did you see Tracy's comment?
No.
2 sets of twins on the screen. That's funny.
Yo, that is too funny.
Hey, if she could grow a beard, she would too.
They were messing with me about that the other day. About it, they're like, "Man, your beard's getting out there catching up with Tim." I was like, "I don't know, man. I've seen his in real life. He's got it out there."
And the thing that's crazy about my beard is like, you know, a lot of people, you can't really see it, but like, it's like the thickness of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like just like in one, like it is like, it's got some strength, you know, like I could like do like, you know, I could probably tie like something to this thing and like swirl it around like in some sort of like crazy beard ninja style.
Just don't hang any baubles and Christmas decorations in it.
I see that, and you know it's tempting every year, and then I'm just like, I don't want to be one of those hipster guys on Facebook ad.
I know a guy out here on the Outer Banks. Like, it's crazy. I drove Uber for a little while out here, and one time I picked up this guy in the summer. Oddly enough, man, this dude's blind, but he's taking Uber places. Like, he's like, yeah, just drop me off. Make sure I'm on the sidewalk. Like, he gets to the same restaurant all the time, so like they know him. And I was like, okay. So I picked him up one night. He's like, yeah. He said, I make beard jewelry. I was like, what? He's like, yeah. He's like, that's what I do now. I make beard jewelry. And then he's joking about it because, I mean, he's blind. He's like, I don't know whether it looks good or not, but I'm like, that ain't right. Because I have a young lady that comes in and she kind of crafts it. I'm just the finance behind it. But I guess he's launching some big store, Shopify. Is what he had. There's tons of that stuff out there, that's for sure. I was telling somebody the other day, they should make a mask, like how we have to wear a mask now. They should make a mask that like covers not just your nose, but like wraps around your beard. So you're not like, I know all you guys have beards. When you wear that mask, dude, it like, when you take the mask off, like your beard's like standing out, like it's all jacked up.
Dude, I seen it where you could just I could just take my beard and make my own mask with my beard.
Yeah, that's what the Duck Dynasty guys said. They said you don't even need a mask when you got a beard like this.
I mean, literally, you can't see my mouth.
Beard mask.
I mean, I told you, it's thick, man. It's legit. This ain't your grandmother's beard.
That's funny. I'll get into debates online with people about masks and all that, and they say, "Oh, you're a bootlicker, and bow down to the government and all that." And it's like, I live in the country in Australia. I've had to wear a mask 3 times, and 2 of them were because we were going through like IVF. So, it was I was in a medical situation anyway. So it's like I'd wear them if I have to, but it just hasn't been a thing here, luckily. Yeah, 3 times in total.
Right.
Hey, Brian. Dude, what the heck is this? There's so many weird parts, man. It's like got a little key. Oh.
Do they have like numbers on them for you to look up, or?
Yeah, they do, but sometimes you can't find them. And sometimes people's pictures are like dumb. Brian probably knows about some cookout. He's in Carolina. Try flippers.
I wanted a burger, and you talked me into it.
Well, what style did you get?
The cheddar style, cheddar bacon onions.
My wife always gets the cheddar style.
Mm-hmm.
So do my kids. I like the one with A1.
It's about 2 miles. Excuse me. It's about 2 miles away.
Oh man, what did you get for sides?
I just got the Cajun fries. You put it all in my head. I wanted the fries and I wanted a burger, and you were like, "Oh, the Cajun fries." I was like, "I'm out of here." I was like, "See ya."
Yeah, man. Unfortunately, cookout for me is about an hour and a half away.
Oh,
It's funny. The other day I was watching Tracy and Tommy in their very long show that they did, and right towards the end they were talking about like live things like this, where half the time people are like saying, sub to him, sub to this guy, sub to that. So it's been good this whole time. I don't think there's been any talk of any stuff like that. It's just if people find us interesting, they can click on it, whatever. But yeah, they sort of are very and you watch, sometimes you watch lives and that's all they talk about is just trying to get subs constantly, and it's like, that's not organic, that's not how you do it. You just put yourself out there, you just hopefully people find you interesting enough.
Exactly. I think their show is going to be good tonight with Cincinnati Picker.
Oh shoot, you just reminded me, I gotta tweet that out.
Yeah, that should be good, man.
I stayed up the other night. I stayed up most of their show. I usually never stay up. I couldn't help it. They were cracking me up.
I rarely catch their show. I do go back and rewatch it sometimes. But like I barely, man, as far as live, occasionally I've actually been on their show in the middle of the night one night.
I remember the night with the shoes. Yeah.
But I was like, but man, it's tough for me because I wake up usually early. Like this morning, I was up at like 6 o'clock. I came on out. I pulled all my orders, packed that stuff up, put out the show thing, did my normal morning routine, and then
it must have been cold in the morning over there.
Yeah, dude. Thankfully, I have all my media inside. Yeah, I have all my media inside for the most part. So I had sold about half of it was that this time. So I pulled that. Then I came out here and got the rest. So I was like, man, So to make their shows is tough.
Well, they're on earlier tonight.
Yeah, Probably to make up for John. To help.
Yeah. But what's funny is sometimes they'll be on when I go to bed. Like I'll see them, and then I'll wake up in the morning and
They're still going.
man,
and I woke up and I got a couple of snacks and I was texting them and they were like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, I think I'm half asleep."
But the one the other night got funnier and funny because Tracy got more and more drunk along the way.
that's what you saying.
So towards the end, it was getting. I think it was like, okay, we're gonna go now. Watch it.
I love.
She's like, I got 2 more hours in me.
I love Tracy when she's lit. She's hilarious.
That's when she dropped my name about some other a person that we both had issues with, and it was like, and she said it, and I'm like, yes, someone agrees with me. I was so happy. And so yeah, people are like in the chat egging her on because she's like, no, I don't like dropping names, especially this is not my show. And Tommy's like, no, you're 50% of this. And people in the chat going, no, drop names. And she's like, no, I'm not. I'm drunk, but I'm not going to do that.
Tracy, we're not trying to put you on the spot.
But they were good rants. It was. There's some people that do need to be called out, but yeah, we don't want to drag the community into that. You just have to, hopefully that the good stay around and the bad just nick off eventually.
Yeah.
So I've like my previous community with disc golf and all that, I've seen that happen a lot, and I'm a pretty much a victim of it as well. That's why I've moved away from it. That I'm just like, no, it's not worth the drama anymore. So I've just walked away from it, which is quite difficult when you actually have a course in your backyard. But that's what I've done.
Tracy, you don't have to bite your tongue.
That's what the liquor's for. That loosens the tongue up, see?
Oh, loosens it up.
Yeah, I think Dave was on there the night I was on there. Like when I came on, I think I got on at like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning because I woke up and I looked like I couldn't sleep, so I was like, oh, I wonder if anybody's on YouTube. They were still on, and it was it was. They had my listing pulled up about a shoe. So I was like, I'll come and show it to you in the shed. So we came out here and I was on for a couple hours.
Yeah, they reel you in. They totally reel you in.
Right.
A couple times I'm like, all right, guys, have a good night. Tommy's like, you're still here. I thought you were going to bed. Then when they have Krillin on, that just makes it even better.
You just never know what was going to happen. It's funny that one night I was on there and it was the Dunkaroos thing, and they had lobster like driving around all these convenience stores like, looking for Dunkaroos. I was like, that was funny. But usually I'm out before they even come on most of the time.
And they're really good, like with the community, because like tonight they have their show with Cincinnati Pickup, but usually like they'll wait for Kat to finish because her show's been long, and I like that. I think that's really good that they do that.
Sometimes it gets to a point of if someone else's show drags on, it's like, no, we got to go. will give you a certain amount of run over, but then you're pushing the friendship.
Yeah.
All right, Tommy and Tracy, I tweeted your show link, I YouTube communityed your show link, I Instagrammed your show link, and I Facebooked your show link. Duty's done.
So you covered.
But did you tell Mom about the show?
My Duke's watches anyways. All right. Trying to finish these tags.
Everybody's probably like, what's going on? Nobody's talking.
All right.
Concentration.
Doesn't this chat have some sort of name that says, like, you know, whether we're listing or loafing or something?
Yeah.
So we're listing. We're doing what everyone else there should be doing out there.
Yes.
List as Hot Flip Heidi says. List. That woman cracks me up.
You know, it's crazy, man. So I got this isopropyl alcohol during the middle of when you couldn't find it anywhere. So the only one I could find has the wintergreen in it. Like, I use it for cleaning, so everything smells like wintergreen.
Tommy said something about going to bed. Like, I've got this theory that he doesn't do that. Maybe it's like an hour power nap that he takes every day.
You know, I once read that I read a lot, and I once read that there's this thing called the billionaire sleep schedule, and what they do is they don't really like sleep for like at one extended period of time. They take 6 20-minute naps throughout the day. And I've always been eager to try it, but I'm just like, I have to have the right environmental.
Well, 4:40 is a good time to do it.
I have to have a right environmental circumstances in order to do that.
Mm.
When I was in the construction field, I used to, on my lunch break, I would take a quick 15-minute nap, and it would help a lot. You don't think that it does, but it actually does.
Oh, shoot.
Well, one of my jobs, I luckily lived 5 minutes walk from home, so I'd have a nice proper lunch and all that, and then just go for a nice cold shower for 5 minutes, and just that alone. Like, and you know, I'd put my uniform into the dryer for 5 minutes, so it came out nice and dry as well. Just you felt like $1 million for the second part of your shift.
Yeah, my house is like 3 minutes from my warehouse, so sometimes I'll go home and just take a power nap.
Yo, I'll tell you what's crazy. So you know this there's this website that sent us like a swag package for the football podcast, and they're trying to work out a sponsorship sort of deal, affiliate program. So they sent us socks first, and then I was like, how am I supposed to help promote your stuff with socks? People can't see my socks on air. And so then they sent us shirts and hats and stuff like that. And I didn't even realize it, but they posted like a clip of our episode, like where I was rocking a shirt and a hat on their Instagram page, and it's got 1,008 views.
Nice.
I've done 34 listings for the night.
Below the desk cam. Let me tell you, man, Dan the Answer Man is quite possibly the funniest guy in every YouTube chat. He's just on top of everything. He is one of the only people I've ever seen be able to properly transcript words that came out of my mouth.
All right. Can I get another box?
I'm listing a Turkish soccer jersey now.
I'm listing a hammer.
Music DVD like I've been doing for the last couple of hours.
Eric went to cookout. Eric took off the cookout.
I'm hoping we didn't notice that he sort of slinked off.
I gotta put some stuff away.
Well, I didn't get to 100 listings yet, but it's so difficult. You really have to be like locked in.
What do you try to do a day, Tim? How many do you try to do a day?
I don't really have like a number. I've really been like daily experimenting with like my work routine to try and figure out how to best optimize my time. It's been difficult because I spend a lot of my time traveling and packing. So I try like sneak in listings at nighttime, you know what I'm saying? Like when my day is all over. But that becomes difficult sometimes too, because the wifey wants to spend time and watch a show together and stuff like that. So
as long as you don't have to watch the Hallmark Channel.
No. Thank you. We don't do that.
I have to do it once a week. I got to watch a show.
We're actually right now we're watching this HBO show called Succession. It's about like a corporate family and like that sort of stuff. It's like a drama, but it's kind of funny. It's edgy. It's actually fairly good. And I'm bad. Like when I get into a show, like I can't stop. There's no stopping.
I try not to watch TV. I just watch YouTube all day.
Yeah, that's typically what most of my viewing is on YouTube, and but at nighttime, sometimes we'll watch that. Like we don't have like, and I watch a lot of the news too, but sometimes I try to stay away from that because it gets uber depressing, and I get angry.
You down with some Braves? Yeah, you're.
Oh, there you go.
It's old school.
What is that? 95?
Yeah. World Series team.
I'm a G, man.
You can tell by the.
I've never watched Power, Tommy. No, that's a little bit into the cheesiness for me. I've seen a bunch of Shameless though. My girlfriend and my roommate's girlfriend both watch it, so that's some wild stuff. That just brings back too many like life memories.
This is the one you'd be down with right here. So.
They're in a sad state of shape right now. I can only imagine what Philly talk radio was like today.
Yeah, I got all these posters for $1. $1. I don't even know who these guys are, but I don't watch this kind of TV. There's a poster behind it that says Grey's Anatomy. Is that who these people are?
Yes, that is a Grey's Anatomy, a TV show that used to be on ABC. McDreamy and McSteamy.
Yeah, they have this with it. So. We'll see what we do with that. In the meantime, old cabinet radio. Hey, so I just got a message from Colton back about the error. They said it was a site error, and they had to do a manual store reset.
Did that mean that they lose all their listings?
No, but basically eBay had to do something. He said it took 30 minutes for them to do it.
It's a good thing he recognized it.
Yeah, he's pretty sharp. I always mess with him. I said, dude, you're always okie doking people. Like, people think you don't really know what's going on. I was like, yeah. Let's see what the old radio is working with here.
An expletive deleted teacher. She's screaming. A teacher in the
Man, it's actually a pretty good sound for an old radio.
Oh, you know what? You just reminded me. I got this old radio I'm supposed to check this bad boy out.
Oh, yeah. I've sold one similar to that.
Panasonic. It's got the leather case. It works.
Nice.
I think it comps out at like $40.
Yeah. I like the old stuff, man. That is one thing I do like, the old vintage electronic stuff.
I mean, it's got a good market too.
Like, I like the way this one looks. Like, it's got that old cabinet look to it. This one ain't worth a ton, but because this is a JCPenney brand from back in the day. But that one actually sound, man. The radio sounds good for being like it is. Oh yeah, I sell them all the time too. Hey, is that what you were checking earlier, Nate?
What's that?
Is that what you were checking earlier?
No.
I thought you were rewinding something earlier.
Oh no, that's the disc cleaner.
Oh, I got you. Hey, the only thing I run into with those small ones like that,
I don't have a radio to show, guys.
trying to find the top on this thing. And Chris. Guess I'll be setting my own. Free listen. Yeah, Back Alley Garage asks. They're part-time resellers with full-time careers. They have like 200 free listings a month. Yeah, but it's becoming restrictive. Is it time for a store? Trying to keep expenses down, but wife thinks it's time for eBay store. Any thoughts?
100% get the store.
Yeah, I mean, you can get what's the base? I don't even know what's the basic store now up to.
I mean, I pay $50 a month. I don't even know what store I have. I pay $50 a month.
Yeah, I paid premium, same as you, $50.
So $50 a month. $50 a month isn't that bad, Steve. It's definitely like, you know.
Once you start paying for listings, get a shop.
Yeah, I would get a shop, and also I've tried cross listing. It might up your income a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And then that kind of allows you to pay, you know, the extra expense of the store. I mean, like whereas on eBay, and I mean, you're gonna pay a little bit of a listing fee on Macari or Etsy or anything like that. But yeah, I immediately got a store once I started selling on eBay because I was gonna initially bring over thousands of listings. And then I was just like, I don't know, I don't feel like doing this. But I have a store. I don't know why, but I do.
Yeah, I don't even know what level mine is. Like, I mean, I guess now I'm at a higher store level. Because I know I get up to 2K listings.
So I think you're above me, maybe.
Yeah.
Tommy, I'm not showing you huge tools. That's for the late night show. That's with the Guinness and the wine, not over here.
Yeah, mine's premium store $59.95 is what I pay that. But I also got a ton of listings. So. Yeah, Tracy said the store gives you options of running sales, so that could be helpful. And you get your coupon every quarter.
I didn't know about that for the longest time.
I've only used it once. I always forget.
I try to use my. Hey, I'll tell you something crazy. The first time I used my coupon, I actually used it on something other than shipping supplies. It let me, and I actually bought some video games with it to resell.
That's amazing. I'll tell you what happened with me is I didn't realize that you couldn't break it up. And like you have to use it on one thing, or you can add things to your cart and then use it. But anyways, I was a novice when I used it, so I didn't realize that, and I ended up having to pay for something that I didn't really want to pay for.
Yeah, I think managed payments too. Like, I think that upgraded the number of listings because I don't pay anything like for the extra 1,000. Like, I get 2,000 instead of 1,000.
I still haven't signed up for managed payments.
I got bumped over to it. I had no choice.
Yeah, I've been on it for a while now.
I'm not on it yet.
I'm just still trying to figure out it because if you do it every day where it comes out every day, you actually don't get anything on the weekends. Usually I don't get nothing in my bank account till like Tuesday. So like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'll get stuff into the bank, but that's about it.
Sometimes I get a little bit on Monday, but it's usually not much. Yeah. But I think Monday is Thursday's sales.
Yeah.
That's what Monday is. Which, oddly enough, for me, Thursday is my slowest sales day. I don't know why, but historically. But that's more like brick and mortar. Like if you had a credit card processor, that's how it would work for that too. Is on the weekend you don't get because your bank isn't open.
very surprised I haven't got the "where the F are you" message from my wife yet. Fully knowing where I am, but just that's her way of saying, wherever you are, come here immediately.
Oh gosh.
People buy empty perfume bottles, right?
Yeah.
Like a Chanel. If I have an empty Chanel perfume bottle,
Yeah, I'd imagine. I think now, like, don't you put them under a collectible?
I would imagine so.
Emerson.
Wait, is it a peach or an orange?
When I can't find something, it gets me so frustrated.
Story of my life.
Sometimes they're definitely harder than others. What gets me more frustrated is when I do find it and find out it's not worth anything after I spend
All that time, I know.
I list it for high anyways because I'm so angry.
That's a good point.
I'm like, well, look, I just spent all this time, so they're gonna have to incorporate that into the price.
price has gone up.
My time is worth your money.
There you go. Tomorrow is going to be pain in the ass shipping day.
You got a bunch of glass going as usual.
Yeah, you got a lot of glass.
I'm about ready to figure that out right now. So Macari, I'm going to have to ship that home theater system and speakers. And then eBay is... What's up, eBay app? You're not functioning. Don't do this. Why you do this? Why you do this? Etsy's not that bad tomorrow. Oh, I have that 14-inch platter that needs to be shipped to Washington. That'll be fun.
Tim, how often do you ship? Do you ship every day or every other day?
Every day.
Every day, yeah.
Except for today, because I told myself I was going to take today off to do listings. I got a snow globe. I got 4 plates. Another plate. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Yeah, I got 7 orders I need to go out tomorrow for eBay. But one order is a 4 quantity plates. I got a vegetable bowl, snow globe. I need to figure out when that big bubble wrap didn't come today.
You can just send it out without bubble wrap.
Yeah. Just blame it on the post office.
It's like no bubble wrap. Does not compute.
I have some of that foam sheeting. If I run out of bubble wrap, I'll use that. But I'm just so used to using bubble wrap. Like I said, I use bubble wrap on sockets and hammers. Like I'm just so accustomed to it.
That bubble wrap machine that I know Bearded Picker has it, where you press the button and it just goes and it creates you the bubbles. It's awesome.
Didn't he try getting one of those paper tape machines? But then he got rid of it, right?
No, he's got that. Yeah, he presses the button, then it goes and gives you the There's different sizes that you can get. Like when you press different buttons, it gives him different sizes. Yeah, he's got all the toys.
All right. I don't know if I should give up on this or what.
To what?
So I don't know if I should give up on this one or not.
Yeah, Anthony Bluegrass Picker, man, you got one of the nicest pieces in that sale. The fuck? My phone be doing weird stuff, man. And that bubble wrap ain't cheap neither.
What do you pay?
$50 a roll.
How big are the rolls?
That's a good question. They're large rolls, but it's my heavy duty bubble wrap. So it's industrial strength air sealed bubble wrap, but I've never been able to find anybody else that makes it except for this one company.
I get my rolls that it's a little bigger than the one I got behind me. You can't see it now. But I get 4 at a time, and they're huge. Like they're about 4.5 feet round.
Yeah, I go through bubble wrap really fast.
Yep. I pay $135 for 4 rolls. And it's local, so I just go right over there and pick it up.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I hate having to wait for my bubble wrap because it always takes long.
Yeah, waiting on something now myself.
This is about 3/4 still.
Oh yeah, those are big rolls.
Yeah. And
that thing is huge.
Oh, that's nothing. I used probably 1/3 of that. So there's a bunch missing. When I got them, I had some stuff in my van, and I bought you got to buy 4 at a time. So Tim, I pull up. I'm trying to squish them in my van, and the guy goes, "You're not going to get those in there." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll get them in there. It's bubble wrap." I had to go drop off 2 rolls and then come back and get the other 2 rolls.
That's crazy.
Because I had some bins and tables from the flea market in my van, and I had my little van. I was like, "Oh goodness."
I don't understand what is going on.
I tried going on Google to find this piece. I cannot find it. Oh. What's the second piece I can't find?
Oh, my goodness. Hey, Dana. Thanks for coming in. Hey, Leroy, you probably could help her. Back Alley Garage says, doing my first public market this weekend. Any tips?
Oh, that's right, Steve. I hope that goes well, brother. Steve from Back Alley Garage is the man, just so everybody knows.
Where is he located?
He's in Maryland.
The flea markets are open in Maryland?
Well, I don't know. Is it indoor or outdoor, Steve? It's gotta be. Maybe it's gotta be indoor. Man. What's going on, Dana? Hope all is well. Do you put prices on your items at the market, Leroy?
Yeah, I do. I have to because I got 1,000 items. So I have no choice. Like if I'm talking to you and then Eric's looking at a tool, he's gonna ask me twice and then he's gonna walk away. That's the way I look at it.
See, I do. I because I unfortunately haven't set up much this year, but I price all my stuff too. A lot of people say that they don't like to price their stuff, but I think it makes it easier for the shopper.
Yeah, and do you understand what I'm saying, right? It's like
100%.
If me and you were talking and then somebody else comes, they're gonna ask you once or twice, but then they're just gonna walk away. People are like, oh well, you can change the price depending on what they're wearing. No, I want what I want, and I got to go to the next thing. That table space is what's making me money. So if I keep one piece there all day long, I'm losing money.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's outdoors. How much are the spots?
Bundle up.
I know.
Actually, no, it's supposed to be fairly nice on Saturday here. I think it's going to be like 60 degrees on Saturday.
I have so much stuff that I want to get rid of that I want to go again this year, but I'm just something's telling me don't.
Oh, free. That price is right.
Don't say that. I'll drive up with a van full.
There's the start of the clothing cupboard.
That's always a good thing. Take the stuff from your death pile. You have 2 spaces. Nice. You going to bring your own tables? You must at that price.
It's either bright daylight here now.
Oh, there you go.
What you doing?
Loving life.
One of them's not ours. One of them's been here all night, but he doesn't belong to us.
They look like they're related.
Yeah, the neighbor's got the exact same breed as our dog.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, yeah. So you're babysitting.
Oh, because it's fun over here because his best mate in the world's here. So Can't get rid of him. Oh, look at you too.
That looks like Tommy and Tracy. They're having fun.
Oh, there they go. Oh, well, I better go so I'm not too noisy for the missus. So I'm going to get out of here, guys. So see you, everyone.
All right, Nate. Thanks, brother. Nate.
I finally found it. Oh, I wanted to give up so bad.
How much is it worth?
$20.
Hey, bad.
Took me 20 minutes to find it.
$1 a minute, brother.
And the funny thing is, I've sold them before. I just, you know what I mean? Sometimes you go through so much stuff, it's just, you forget. All right. Tim, are you in the basement?
Yep.
Yeah, it's so nice to have a basement.
Well, it's not my basement, unfortunately.
No, I know it's your mom's.
Yeah, so like my basement at my house is a full blown studio.
Oh, okay.
Like the entire basement. So like, and it's nice too. So we have like a lounge area, got the fireplace, and then the where my roommate sits, basically like his engineering desk. And then there's a booth, like a bar with like a wine refrigerator in it, and the whole works. And then we have and then my bathroom is in the studio, so that's always fun. But we're not taking clients during the pandemic, so no, I still rap a little bit, Joe, but it's been a while since I've been in the booth. But my roommate is getting ready to drop like his I should know this. I think it's like his 10th project. So, and then I mean we do a whole bunch of we film and we broadcast our football podcast from down there too. I do a little bit of photography on the side too. I don't shoot as much as I'd like to, as much as I used to, but I've had a photograph published in the Washington Post before, which is pretty cool. I'm actually a published photographer and writer. A lot of people probably don't know that, but yeah. I studied journalism in college. So I started off as a business major, and then realized that I probably wasn't going to go to business school. But I did learn a lot, and I was also drinking and drugging at that time, so it was kind of crazy for me. I don't know what I was thinking. I remember taking like a 8 a.m. business law class and just being completely hammered in class. And then, like our professor was like a lawyer, but it was an interesting class. I did learn a lot. And considering my, state of mind and body, I did fairly well for the time that I was in college. I really should finish because I'm like literally like credits away from an associate's degree at least. And then I enjoyed writing, and I was just like, man, you know what? I found out that a majority of the classes I took for business were transferable credits to journalism. So then I started studying journalism, and that's how I ended up becoming published. So yeah, it was an interesting time. I was super fortunate because the community college where I live, it's considered to be one of the best community colleges in the nation. They actually refer to it as, so there's 3 different campuses. One of the campuses is on Rockville Pike. So they referred to it as Harvard on the Pike. But it was interesting because when you're growing up in this area, if people looked at you as if you were a failure if you went to this college. But as you get older, you realize like this is like the best thing in the world because they do like a transferable credit where you can basically predetermine of sorts where you want to transfer to, university wise, and they'll tell you every single class that's you can take with the credits transfer for that major to that particular university. So it's really nice and really like awesome. But they used to make fun of us because I went to a high school called Einstein. So they would always say E equals MC squared. Einstein equals Montgomery College for 2 years. But I learned a lot. It was super interesting.
Yeah, my daughter, man, we had no clue. Like, I knew some people as far as recruiting. Like, so we were getting her recruited to play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Because my youngest, I mean, she's 6'2". Like, you can't teach that. So, and she could play. Like, so we were looking at that, and we looked at, what all is involved in it and that kind of thing. So we had a bunch of schools looking at her because, like, in 10th grade, she actually led the state of North Carolina in blocks. Like one of those things across all divisions. So it's kind of crazy. Like, there's some stuff going on, and she comes to me her junior year and is like, Dad, if I'm going to play a college sport, I would rather play volleyball. And I was like, whoa, hold up. Like, we actually know some people, the lady coaches college volleyball, but they had moved to South Dakota. So I was talking to her. I was like, what I need to do. So we got her in club. She started playing club and getting some offers, but nothing like crazy. So the club coach was like, just wait, club season, you'll probably get somebody. And so we got a bunch of D3 offers, which are like no college, like there's no money in D3, like as far as athletically, like they'll give you some other stuff. And then we had some D2s, but D2s are private schools. And man, like we went to one and they're like, we got great news. We can give you like $27,000 a year. And I was like, awesome. I was like, how much is your school a year? Oh, 65,000. I was like, yeah, we got a little bit of a problem here. So we started looking around, and she actually had a JUCO reach out to her. And I was like, man, I'm thinking like I was stupid when I was in school about this stuff. I knew nothing about recruiting, nothing about that, because I was actually pretty good at basketball. And I had some people talk to me, but I was like, man, unless it was D1, it was nothing. That's just how I felt. I was like, look, if I ain't gonna be on TV, I don't want to play. Like that kind of thing. Which is the idiot now. Like I think back and say, you're dumb. You could have went and played and had 4 years of school. So this JUCO started recruiting her,
and we actually went out there. And she, the other thing that the D2 schools were saying, they wanted to redshirt her, which means she'd go to school for 5 years.
Yeah.
And pay that fat bill for 5 years. So I was like, man, we went to that JUCO and looked, and she liked it. She liked the coach. She liked the practice. The school was smaller, so the transition from where we're at to a smaller school was a good deal. And she so she went out there. So when she gets on campus, she's playing volleyball, and the coach is like, for the basketball team, he sees her in the hall, and he's like, yeah, how come you're not playing for me? Like, do you want to come play for me? And he kept harassing her about it. And like then she went to the college's first game after volleyball season, the first basketball game, and she calls me up. She's like, Dad, like the coach like hemmed me up in the hallway talking about like, you know, can what do I got to do to get you to come and play? I said, well, be straight up with him. I said, if you want to play, just tell him, say, look, I was going to go get a job in the off season, but what can you do? And so he actually came back and told her that he had a full scholarship for that. Wow. So she actually, her first 2 years, she got paid to go to school.
That's awesome.
They lived off campus. She got paid above her rent, room and board. Like she got money. So because she already had some other scholarships and grants and that kind of stuff. So she was set. But now I tell people all the time, I was like, dude, 2 years. Honestly, it don't matter where you go to school your first 2 years because all you're learning is the same stuff. Like, and now high schools, you can actually go to college as a junior coming out of high school because you can do dual enrollment.
So I almost did that. I could have graduated high school as a junior, but because I took high school courses before I went to high school, so I already had the qualifying credits to graduate high school as a junior. Mm-hmm. But I decided to stay an extra year to try and get a better offer for sports, and I ended up tearing my shoulder up. And I didn't get a scholarship, and then I was stuck in high school taking like yearbook, newspaper, and stupid classes that don't like. I could basically like just walked around school for a year. It was ridiculous, but it's tough, man. Then you get down to the finances of it. It's stressful. I remember seeing kids just like so stressed out about going to college, and I was at that point in time I had decided I wasn't going to go to college. I was just going to move to New York and like pursue real life stuff, which was a kick in the ass, obviously, but it's a lot on kids, man.
And we have kind of a mindset too, like if you don't get to college, like you blew it, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, but man, I mean, in reality, like I've said for a long time, when I talk to young kids, I was like, the best thing you could do is go get a trade for a year, man. Like, or like, honestly, like now that I know about reselling, I was like, dude, you can make money like outside of that. But what I always told them about getting a trade, I was like, man, if you learn to do heating and air, or if you get a license in something that requires a license, I said, you can do that anytime you need to. Like, hey, it may not be what I love to do, but look, I know I can fall back. I can go do some electrical work or some plumbing or some heating and air.
Yeah, for sure. And
$25, $30 an hour. Like
I'd say almost 90% of the people that I know that went to college don't work in the field they went to college for.
Yeah. Here though, what they're doing now, and I don't know if it's just us, but they're doing dual enrollment. So you get credit for your high school credits and your college credits at the same time.
So you can almost do it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, your junior, senior year, you can actually knock out your first 2 years of college. And then, less to pay, obviously. And in North Carolina, they have this rule. If you go to JUCO and you get a 2-year associate's degree, every state school in our state has to take you. So you could go to Carolina, to state, whatever state schools are here. Like, that's what it is. But these guys are busting. It's funny. But I mean, But see, what I also didn't know this until we started talking to Brittany. Yakov went live. Until those schools were talking to Brittany. So JUCO can give you full ride scholarships, man, for sports. I was like, it's crazy.
It's wild.
Like, you could get a full ride, or you can get paid. You don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. What did I just get a message about? Full ride at GK, it's like 2K. Yeah. But I tell you the other crazy thing. So my daughter, like, not only that, but when you play sports at JUCO, like, you get all this stuff. Like, she got shoes, like all that kind of gear. she's always like, dude, you're not paying for clothing. Like, you're traveling in your team gear. Like,
eventually they're gonna start giving these kids legit money.
That's what she did for her senior paper in college, because she went in sports management, and that's what her whole discussion was, talking about that thing.
I mean, it makes sense. They're making, especially in these bigger programs and these bigger, sports. They're making. If it wasn't for the football team at some of these schools, a lot of the school wouldn't exist. And it's like, coaches are making millions of dollars, and the school's getting all this money, and yeah, the kids get a free education. I'm not saying that they don't get anything, but it just, to me, everything feels wrong about it,
Well, I mean, what a lot of people don't know, I mean, unless you play college athletics, you don't know what all goes on with them. Like with Brittany, man. So she had a shoulder issue her senior year. Like, at that point, she's playing D2, and dude, so they have practice in the morning at 6 a.m. and she has to go to the trainer an hour before that. So she's there at 5. And then they've got 2.5 hours of practice. Then you go to class. Then in the afternoon you got another practice coming, or you may have a game or whatever. So, like, it's like she goes, really
rigorous.
No time to breathe, man. And I said, your average college student, they're not having to do all that and keep up on your grades and have to do like that kind of stuff. But
it's crazy difficult.
Yeah, it's different, man. It's different. People don't. I mean, like, they had a tutor and stuff that travel with them, but
oh yeah.
Yeah, Tim, I would say it depends on what kind of athlete you are on the D1 level. Yeah, there's definitely some of those guys that are in certain fields of athletics. Usually the ones that pay the most. Dude, I just sold that VCR, $50.
Nice.
Yeah, if they're getting paid a lot on TV, though, that's definitely what's going down. Yeah, Glock was talking about not much burnout book learning for the D1 athletes. Yeah, I know for my daughter, she misses that stuff like crazy. Though she's like, for all the rigors of it there was, you know.
Yeah, you got a certain love for it.
That's why she ended up switching to volleyball because she, another friend of hers, played college basketball, and she talked about how tough it was, you know, at a higher level. She, she's like, you better love it because if you don't love it, you're gonna hate it by the time you're done. But, yeah, that's crazy. So, these guys are on the college debate.
Oh man.
Tracy said you looking like the Unabomber in here.
Who, me?
Oh man,
My hair's all crazy right now.
how long does it take you to get back to your apartment?
Oh, my house. It's a house, but well, I gotta go pick up my car first from the mechanic. But it usually takes me 20, 30 minutes.
Check you out.
Oh, you gonna find a mess.
Good gosh, Eric. This don't look like it did last.
Oh man. I'm hungry too, man. Hungry, I'm tired. This life. There's nothing glorious about being a reseller, I'll tell you that much. But I love it. I love the thrill. I love the ride, the rush. Plus, I love not having to work for the man. Damn the man. I need a I'm still working out the kinks. That's the only problem. Gotta work out the kinks. One day at a time. Right? One day at a time. Dan said, get some of that spicy chicken with the pico de gallo.
My aunt rolled in on me. She hadn't been in here since when I first started putting stuff in the shed, so she ain't seen all that stuff that's in here.
I heard her.
She's like, "Oh my gosh!"
She said, "Good gracious, Eric."
Yeah, funny. Yeah, last time she was in here, I barely had anything in there. Now I'm like stuffed. Not stuffed, but we got a lot.
What's the size?
It's 16 by 24.
And did you build it up or did you have it dropped off?
I had it dropped off. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I did was put shelving on the inside. And insulation. This end I put the sheetrock on where it's blue.
And who did you do the electrical work yourself?
Well, I wired it to my my box, but all they had was like one light in here wired up, and some on this end they had outlets. But I put 2 more outlets in, and then I put another plug in up top for lights, and then hardwired it to my box. So I did most of the electrical. Hey, Steve-O.
Zero. Okay, so when I think of a sailboat, right, I think of like, like a sailboat. But what about like the big ships that have sails? Is that considered a sailboat still, or is it a sail ship, or is it just a ship? Like an old school, like Santa Maria sort of style ship,
I think back then they just called them a ship, but
right?
yeah, I don't think they were called just, like sailboat. I think of the little ones.
Yeah. Ship. So just a ship. All right. That's what we're going to go with.
Oh, man.
Man, I just saw a buddy of mine does a cooking show, and he made fried chicken sandwiches with mambo sauce. It looks so good. Mambo sauce is like a DC thing. You can't find it anywhere else.
Oh, yeah?
Only here in DC.
What does it consist of?
I don't really know how to explain it. It's kind of like I guess it's like so difficult. I get this all the time. Like when people come to visit, or you know what I'm saying, like they want to know what mumbo sauce is. It like originated in like carry-out restaurants. It's kind of, so it's funny. I'm like reading
I'm looking at that thing right now, Wikipedia.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out like how.
Any kind of like barbecue sauce?
It's not though.
Similar. Red. Huh. Yeah, they won't even give it the they want share the ingredients. Secret sauce.
Yeah.
Dan says we can all read together.
It's so funny how.
Oh, they got a recipe for it right here.
because I read it and I'm just like, man, don't none of this. It just doesn't. I
All right.
would. It's hard to describe mumbo
It's a
sauce.
tomato paste, ketchup, sugar, vinegar, pineapple juice, lemon, honey, soy sauce, ginger, and cayenne. Is how you make it.
Lester Jones, are you from the DMV?
Are they saying you can buy it in Food Line?
Yeah, Capital City mumbo sauce is the name of it.
So Food Line's near where I'm at. I'll look for it next time I go in.
A lot of people always are debating who has the best mumbo sauce. 'Cause, like, there's a couple different versions of it.
Yeah, I mean, I do a fair amount of cooking.
I always get my mumbo sauce on the side though, because I don't like it to make my food soggy. I like to have control over my sauce.
Oh, he's closer to DC if he's in Richmond, Virginia area.
Oh yeah, Richmond, Virginia is like I passed Richmond when I went to go to see you.
Yeah, straight down 95.
How does it compare to? Is it like a mix or a peri peri sauce and barbecue sauce? Like a mix of peri peri. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain.
Teriyaki and a barbecue mix.
Nah, it's more like a You gotta think about it like this. Yeah. So first of all, I don't think I've ever eaten from Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't know. So think about it like this. Like you've been to like a Chinese food carryout, right? And it's kind of like a sweet and sour sauce in a way, if you could, but it's got a little bit different. It's a little like some people don't like it when it's sweet. And it's got to have like the right texture too. Like if it's too loose or too thick, it's not good. Like it's I remember when I moved to New York and I didn't realize, like mumbo sauce was just a DC thing. I thought it was kind of like an East Coast thing. And so I was naive, obviously. I went to the local chicken spot up the street when I was living in Brooklyn. I was like, y'all ain't got no mambo sauce. They looked at me like I was crazy. They were like, what are you talking about? First of all, where are you from? You sound like you from New Orleans. I'm like, nah, I'm from DC. They're like, oh, so you from down south. I'm like, no, DC is not south. That was crazy. Every time I was living in New York, they thought I was from the south. And every time I was down in New Orleans, they thought I was from New York. I'm like, y'all are killing me, man.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy you said that. Derek, good to see you, man. I went to New York one time on the ground. Like I've flown through New York a bunch, but one time I actually had like a 7-hour layover. So we left the airport, went into the city, rode the train in there. Man, I get in there and I'm like, I had somebody with me. So we're talking to each other on the subway the whole time. People are looking at us like we lost our mind. Everybody's like dead like this on the subway. You try to talk to somebody like they think you're trying to get something from. I did have one guy because man, it was getting kind of late, like later in the evening. One guy did help me out because like we're riding the subway, we don't know what we're doing. We just like, hey, we out here cruising.
And we get to this place, and this guy said, "Hey, you might want to get off here and take the train back the other direction." So I guess he was about to take me up. He was about to take me up in the neighborhood you talking about.
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, you probably don't want to go there. Not the way you talking."
So there you go, Dan. How have you tried Capital City Mambo sauce? I have. It's okay. Not a lot of people are. I mean, it's different, man. It's like everybody kind of. It's okay. So like, imagine you go to like Texas or Kansas City or North Carolina. You know, everybody kind of got their own barbecue sauce.
Yep.
It's like that with Mambo sauce. Like every carryout has its own Mambo sauce. Like it's not like a fancy thing. It's like a really just like it's interesting. But I tell people all the time when they come here that you have to try Mambo sauce. So basically you order like from the carryout, you get like 3 wings with French fries or fried rice and Mambo sauce. Like that's the typical order. Then you get like a half and half. And they serve it to you in like quart size, like, you know, like to-go containers is your juice. And sometimes it's frozen. It's a very interesting, you know, carry out lifestyle here in DC.
I ate, I forgot where we were at. That I ate somewhere over there. It's like near the Capitol and all that. Was it Red, White, and Blue? Is that the name of it? Someplace, man. I guess a bunch of politicians eat there. It was all suited up when I went in there. Of course, we're out of place.
It's interesting, man. DC is an interesting place because it's so small, but it's like everywhere you go is a very different place, you know.
But it's crazy. Like I like street food, and I like the hole in the wall stuff. Like
yeah,
I mean, like for me. It's funny. I was like, dude, I always think something's wrong with a restaurant if you see more plate than food. There's a problem.
Yo, that is so funny.
I was like, dude, I know I'm fixing to overpay here, man.
For sure.
I'll tell you something funny, man. So, okay, I know a little bit more now than what I used to because I watched the cooking channel, right? And and I'll try about anything, like as far as food. So I used to run the bread company here, like the bread delivery company. And so I was a young boss back then. Like I got to be the operations manager. I was like 24 years old. So what I used to try to do is all our clients out here on the beach, I try to go to their restaurant every once in a while, you know, just to do the glad hand and stuff. So me and my wife would go out to eat occasionally. So for my birthday, like I said, I might have been 24, 25. My birthday, we go to this place, and now they have one of them fancy chef, like Michelin guy.
Yeah.
That had came down here. They started this restaurant, and I was like, dude, I've never eaten like that kind of, you know, restaurant. So we go in there, and the waitress comes out there, and she starts talking. And I'm looking at my wife. I was like, is she speaking English? Because I was like, I don't know anything she just said, right? I was like, she came out and she said, our special tonight is, and that was the last I heard in English. Came out and I didn't know what it was. So we're looking at the menu. First of all, the menu does not have prices on it. And I'm like looking at
that's where you know you're in trouble.
I said, this is going to be a problem. So we're looking, do we recognize anything? And I saw one where it said tuna. And I was like, I had no idea what the rest of it was. Now I know what some of it was. And so I said, well, I'll get the tuna steak. And then my wife gets, she had got a New York strip. And they had a bunch of the description about it. We had got like Caesar salad. Thank God we got Caesar salad because I'd have starved. But so they come out. Dude, my tuna steak, I bet that thing weren't this big around, dude. I'm looking at that thing like, man, where's the rest of it? Like, you cut out the... that thing, hey, it's sitting on top of a bed of... Now I know it to be couscous, but I was like, dude, there's some orange BBs here on my plate. Like, with this stuff, the tuna little steak medallion, tuna medallion sitting there on top of it. And it's got little sauce dribbled all around on the plate. And I'm looking over at hers, and hers is, now I don't know what they called this, but to me it's potato wedges. Or we down here we would call them tater wedges. But there's like 3 tater wedges sitting there. Her steak sitting on top of it, and then a little mound of greens sitting on top of that. And I'm looking at that thing going, oh my gosh. So we ate it, and we had 1 piece of cake, and our bill came out, and I was like, I don't remember exactly what it was. I know it's well over $100. And we didn't have anything to drink other than just water. I was like, man, I'm sitting there looking at it. So we get in the car. She's like, what do you think about it? I said, I think we're going to stop at McDonald's.
Oh man,
Sorry,
I've been there before, man. Like, but you know, like I told you when I dropped in the other Friday, we were talking about cheeses and stuff. Like, yeah. I mean, I ate a whole bunch of stuff like that, like Glock, like Tim talking about the pâté de foie gras and duck fat confit, and you know, like I eat a lot of like crazy stuff, man. Like rabbit, duck, all types of crazy stuff when I was at that French restaurant, man. But like, I mean, it's good, but like, it's just, you have to, it portion wise, it's just, you know, like a lot of that stuff that you eat, like, I mean, you know, like steak tartare with egg yolk on top of it. Like, you know, like I've seen, like before I'd be like, man, that's literally raw on raw. Like if it's not sushi, I shouldn't be eating it raw, but you know, eventually you know, you come around, you eat it. Like, but like going out to pay for stuff like that, man, if I'm going to go out and spend money on fancy restaurant stuff, I want like a tasting menu. Right. You know, like they give me a little bit of everything.
Right. That's how I am.
It is. All right. I got to go get my car. I got to go get set up, man.
All right, buddy.
This has been fun. And it has been useful. I got a lot of listings done. Yep. I didn't get to 100.
Yes, man.
But I got, let me see. I got about 60 done.
Yeah.
Across all the platforms. So.
That's how I am.
All right.
Right now.
What's that?
I'm sitting dead at 60 right now.
It's gonna be a long couple of days, man. Tomorrow, man. Packing. I hate it. All right, I gotta go. I love you, brother. Thank you as always, my man.
Yeah, appreciate
I'll
it.
talk to you soon. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Later. Yeah, for me, I like some of that food, but like you said, one of those things. Local restaurant here, but served a whole pig, head split in half and boiled. Now I've ate taco la lengua, the old cheek meat stuff, cheek and tongue. It's actually not bad, but yeah. Out here, we deal with cooking the seafood. Talking to people about seafood. What your favorite is, that kind of thing. But what I figured out is I can fry shrimp as good as anybody. I can do that. I can make crab cakes. So I really don't need to go out for that. Well, guys, I think I'm going to cut a little short today, too, because I'm actually hit where I wanted to be and more. I appreciate all y'all hanging out today. I'm going to go in. Man, we've been talking about this food all the time. I got to go figure out what's for dinner. So we'll be checking in with y'all next week. And Friday night, this week, I actually have eBay Addicts on Friday night show. So if y'all want to come on through, we appreciate it. Try to drop in there and see you guys tonight, Tracy, you and Tommy. As always, thank you guys for hanging out. Appreciate you. Hope you everybody got some work done. Later.